Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. The mayor has called the meeting to order. Mayor Davey.
Here.
Councilmember Kaplan.
Here.
Councilmember Laredo.
Here.
Councilmember London. Councilmember McCormick. Vice Mayor Moss.
Here.
Councilmember Segurola is not with us this evening. Mr. Mayor, we do have a quorum. Please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Remain standing for the invocation.
With us this evening is Reverend Felipe Assis with the Key Biscayne Presbyterian Church via Zoom.
We have him on, Pete?
He is not currently logged on, sir.
He's not. Okay.
I'm sorry.
No, that's all right. Okay, well, let's move on.
Okay.
All
First
right.
item is brief comments by council.
Right. Well, first of all, Pete, thanks for reminding me. Happy International Women's Day. We thank the women, especially Ann Tainter, who brought us a key lime pie. Not going to lie to you. I didn't know that was the official pie of the International Women's Day, but we all appreciate it. And thank you to all the women who do an amazing job of keeping this world in somewhat of an order. And to that end, we will have a resolution, I believe, that's going to be introduced by Councilmember Laredo. I did want to just offer my thanks to the manager, and I think Councilmember Laredo had been the one to propose that we light up the village green and our fountain in the national colors of Ukraine. And I think it's important for everybody to remember what they're fighting for, because they're fighting for democracy. They're fighting for freedom against, as is aptly named, aptly stated in the resolution, the illegal invasion by Russia. So let's think about the Ukrainian people who are standing strong for all of us right now. Vice Mayor Moss.
Yeah, I'd like to make a few comments, and thank you for the Ukrainian resolution, Councilmember Laredo. I think that's great. I want to thank the Vision Board for the hard work that they put together to put together the workshop, and the people that were attended. We had council members that were able to attend. We had a lot of people from the public attend, which was excellent. Our planners did a great job. Our administration who were there that helped. It was a wonderful community event, and I hope this develops into a very nice document that we can use for many years. I also want to thank the Children's Business Fair, which happened almost a month ago, and it was an extremely wonderful event. I don't know if anybody has not been able to attend. I think they had maybe 70 or so companies type businesses that the children's were putting forward and selling, and I was honored to be one of the judges. I know Councilmember London was also a judge, but it was a wonderful event. I want to thank everybody who put that on and all the children, and I think my kids are going to be hopefully participating next year as well. Thank you.
Excellent. Councilmember Kaplan.
Apropos of the Vision Board and that workshop, I've been to a lot of these. That was really best in class. The methodology and the product is really terrific. And I think we got a lot to build on, but all that building material is really, I think, enhanced by what happened at that workshop and the work that came out of it. The other, I just wanted to mention some of the very best of this community was out in public in a very poignant context last weekend. Cliff Brody's event at the Beach Club, followed by an event, a celebration of life for Marius, was at his condominium. They were just beautiful. The stories that were told and the participation was really heartwarming. Sometimes these things come about when something tragic happens. That's the way life is.
Okay, next item.
Next item is public comments.
Oh, I'm sorry, Councilmember McCormick.
I just wanted to let everyone know that the Charter Review Commission meeting that was scheduled for Thursday at 6 p.m. has been rescheduled for 4 p.m. So that people could attend the TEDx event if they would like to. but I know we've had some participation from the public and people watching on Zoom and Channel 77. So if you're interested in that, it will be 4 p.m., not 6, but it is recorded if you can't see it at 4.
I just,
Next item is public comments.
thank you. Okay. Laudy Ibarra. Maybe outside with Nick. Daisy Diaz.
Good evening to our village council.
I'm sorry, Daisy, please state your name, your address, and you've got
I'll
3
get it.
minutes. Thank you.
I am actually Council Member Kaplan's neighbor at 330 Daisy Diaz. Both, welcome. We're all neighbors here. Daisy Diaz, 330 Palmwood. I have 4 children, out of which 3 are currently enrolled at KBCS. And I wanted to thank a special thank you to our council members that came out yesterday and spent their evening last night with us at KBCS. To those present, I think that the 200 plus parents in attendance confirms that some of those rumors that are sort of circulating our small village are indeed, unfortunately, some of them are facts, and there's a little hot mess to resolve. I grew up on this island, and this is a renowned community for families. You cannot underestimate and disregard the fact that one of the greatest assets here should be our school and teachers. The 3 and 4 bedroom properties on the island are not being sold to retirees. There is a shortage of inventory of real estate available because the island is sinking with families and they're all desperate for a good local school. Personally, I'm here before you because of my personal issue in specific is the middle school. The numbers presented to those who were there yesterday by Dr. Lewis from the district highlighted a shocking decline of students enrolled in the 6th to 8th grade where my son is. And I asked myself, why is this? Mast, Carver, Ponce, all the way by UM are really good alternatives. But what is wrong with the school in my backyard, to be honest? Your local school, your local families are looking for a valid school solution, and they shouldn't be on the other side of the Rickenbacker, really, where so many kids, this island is overrun. Quite frankly, with such a disgraceful middle school, my husband and I are wondering, why are we looking to buy and further invest in this island if it appears to no longer meet our needs? With the real estate prices what they are, we're not the only ones finding this out quickly. And people new to the island are also noticing that not all is well in paradise right now. There's a lot of people that are upset. Sadly, I did not by any means, Mayor Davey was also there, appreciate what the district did yesterday, turning what was meant to be a friendly town hall for parents and teachers to voice their concerns. Last night was really turned into sort of like a Super Bowl commercial for glorifying, frankly, non-existing achievements. You have before you parents that survived the unwanted challenges created by the pandemic. Trust me, I did not want what was given to me. As we look forward to entering post-COVID times, you must realize that parents have changed. I have changed. I'm not the same parent with 4 kids. I wanted to kill my kids during COVID. It was a disaster. So you have a community that is engaged more than ever. This is your public in what is happening with our children's education. And last night you saw the amount of discontent. I respectfully ask Mayor Davey to later outline his immediate plan, please, to resolve the urgent issues he heard last night. I also ask Council Member Moss, I'm almost done, who will be running for election, to later address what improvements I can expect the school to offer my children when they reach the middle school. Lastly, if the middle school is a problem, I urge you to put a solution on the table. If the island is ready for a charter school to meet the ends of our growing community, let's discuss. We love our island almost as much as we love our children. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Ann Tainter.
Would you like a piece of pie?
No.
Actually, by the
She
way,
brought
it
a
was
pie,
Cliff
so.
Brody's favorite, and I made it for him often. I'm
Sorry.
Ann Tainer, 170 Ocean Lane Drive, apartment 811. I'm here to discuss the electric scooters. Yes, I know they're legal in the state of Florida. I also know it's illegal to have more than one on them, which we seem to have 2 or 3 sometimes. I also know you don't have to have a license. However, Tampa has a restriction about license and also about age for renting them. We have little tiny kids on these scooters that are 6 and 7 years old, zipping through this village, ignoring signals, going in front of cars in the middle of streets. We have them zipping behind you when you're backing out. So I ask you, please, please, as a council, to address this sooner than later before we have a real tragedy here. Thank you.
Thank you. Very good.
Thank you. Sandra Mejia.
Good afternoon. I am completely new to this, so I'll try to do my best, and I'm putting on a timer to stick to the time.
No worries. State your name and address, please.
So my name is Sandra Mejia. I live in 170 Ocean Lane Drive, apartment 607. I grew up in South Florida. My parents have on and off had properties on the Key. My parents have property in the Ritz-Carlton, and we are tenants. So this is, as Daisy stated, part of our life. I have 2 small children. We have them both in the public school currently, and I'm here to, really support this movement, being proactive, being mindful that what everybody has gone through during COVID, and concrete. I guess what I would like to bring forward is the special education situation in the public school. My son, he's 6.5 years old. He has a diagnosis of dyslexia, which was given to him several weeks ago. The 3rd of September, when I pointed out to the principal of the school, Ms. Cotto, that there were signs that my son was dyslexic, his tutors, I searched outside tutors, paid with my money. I asked her to remove my child from the bilingual program because his tutors, were all in agreement that a dyslexic child who doesn't know how to read in one language will be impossible for him to learn 2. She denied me that right, which later I found out yesterday that he does have that right to do that. That was denied. And her comments were taken very lightly when I wrote specifically that. She said, he'll be fine, give him a few weeks to adjust. So this is 5 months down the school year. My little boy cries every single day at night, and I've done some research on my own. I'm not a lawyer, and I know that she has violated the Child Find Act. There is an act which is, stated for educators. Whenever there's a sign of a child with special education needs, they need to point out to the parents what needs to get done, and they need to give the parents some sort of roadmap what to do. I was left completely on my own. So, this is for my son, and in general for all of the community, which I know that the special education situation at the school, I'm not even going to say it's lacking, it's non-existent. 20% of people have dyslexia. That's, out of all of us in this room, 1 out of 5. So, it's not my problem. It's a problem from 1 out of 5 children in the school. So, I'm here to really, talk about my son, talk about those 2 breaches that were made against his rights. And it's been proven to me that that's the case. And I need to bring this forward on behalf of my son and on behalf of all of the children with special needs. They're better, the same, or, all kids deserve the same, and especially, they need their rights. A 6-year-old cannot defend himself. So that's why, I tell them I have their back. And hopefully, this conversation will start many for all of the children that need the support that they're unfortunately not getting in the school. Thank you.
Thank you. Nick's not here. Laudy, Yvonne?
Good evening, Laudy Ibarra, 482 Fernwood Road. After the meeting yesterday in regards to the concerns at Key Biscayne K-8, I am more worried, as I'm sure many other parents are. A big question came to mind. Are the education representatives and board members from Miami-Dade Public Schools really there for our kids? A PTA teacher board member spoke up on behalf of many teachers that are in fear to speak up. They are afraid of repercussion. She was intimidated while speaking, and the microphone was even taken away from her. Key Biscayne K-8 has 68 teachers, and only 22 are members of the union. As a member of this community, I am asking our councils to please protect the teachers and listen to them. What they were trying to say yesterday was to help the school and therefore our kids. I think all the teachers deserve respect for voicing their experience, no matter if we agree or not. They are there from day to day. Thank you.
Thank you, Lottie. Nick's not here. Oh, you are here. Okay, Nicholas Cardozo. I didn't see you were ahead. No, we're good.
Hey, everybody. Nicholas Cardoso. I'm at 101 Ocean Lane Drive, apartment 107. We're in Key Biscayne, obviously. I'm here mainly to thank everybody that came yesterday. It's been very helpful having the village involved in this whole process, even with the meeting that Laudy and Yvette put together a couple weeks ago. That resulted in the meeting we had last night. As you heard from some other parents, from Daisy and Sandra, you heard from Krista again, and Laudy. It's very much going to be an ongoing process. And again, I want to thank you again and just, reaffirm that we need you guys going forward. We need all of you going forward. PTA, we're here to do what we can and help try and bring everybody together. I think we did somewhat of a good job with it. Yesterday's a good starting point anyways. But as you can see, we're coming from two different places, and it's going to be an extended effort. So just want to see let you know the PTA is here to see how we can coordinate together to have the next round of conversations. We're preparing some information as well that addresses some of the presentation points that the district made. As you've heard, all these parents have much more personal experiences than I do, and they can speak for themselves. And I'm here just to make sure all the teachers are heard and the parents, and we're doing what we can to make the school the best that we can. So thank you.
Thank you. And Cecile Sanchez.
Good evening, Council. 260 Cypress Drive.
Got to state your name.
Cecile
Sanchez. We got to have it for the record. Thank you.
Hi. I commend Ed London for bringing the swale into today's agenda. So I hope you kind of tell us exactly what is supposed to be in the swale. I used to have Mike Mila come with a yardstick in front of my house and tell me, no, move your planters 3 feet from the edge of property. So what is it exactly what can go in swales? And also the plant material, I love it. Finally, we're going to get that grant about street trees, but are we going to follow what we used to have? We used to have a map that had certain streets from the beginning of, and Frank can tell you more about alternate, we had a designated tree per street. That was supposed to be followed. It wasn't necessarily followed through the years. Sometimes also we had pests and hurricanes, and then we had a substitute tree. What are we going to do about this? Now, please remember that maybe we also made some mistakes. I love the oak trees. Oak trees are not endemic to Key Biscayne. Look what is happening with the root system. It's destroying driveways. I love the oak trees, but just realize that if we plant a tree, it should stay there. It's not just to remove it because it's a nuisance 10 years down the line. The idea is to create a canopy for our grandchildren or great-grandchildren. So I want that, please, to take into consideration. I wanted to please ask if somebody can tell me what is going on with these like light green pipes that we're breaking the roads and we are replacing some pipes. It happened in Bottomwood. I know there was a pipe burst. Something happened there, so it got all cleaned up. Now I see some pipes in front of, I think, Glenridge and by the church, by the community church. And I believe it's in West Heather too. Also, what's going on with our pipes? Can we know what's happening? Is it these are sewer pipes that are bursting? Is it drinking water? What's going on? And I know it might be Dade County, the one, but Can you tell us what's going on with the pipes and why are we replacing pipes here and there and what's going on? That's another thing. And I would love, if it's Jeremy's idea, to have citizens, or let's say, it used to be a long time ago, we had people donate money, a conservancy like that. I'm willing to sponsor a traffic circle, but I want to know if the plans that I sponsor are going to be really taken care of. Can you get citizens involved and allow me to, please? Thank you.
Thank you, Ceci. All right. Is there anybody else in chambers who'd like to speak right now? Okay, Pete, do we have anybody signed up online?
No, Mr. Mayor.
One or no?
No, Mr. Mayor. No,
All right.
signed up.
Just, yeah, read the instructions quickly.
Yes, sir. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen watching us on Channel 77 on Comcast, on Channel 99 on AT&T, or streaming us live via our website. If you do wish to speak, please dial the following phone number, 305-365-7569. Then please enter the meeting ID of 231-627-8415. Once you are in the meeting, please dial *9 to raise your hand, or if you're connecting via the Zoom app, simply raise your hand in the application.
May I, while we wait?
Yeah, go ahead.
I just wanted to comment, I'm a little bit in shock. I was not able for a conflict of interest to be there with you all. What happened to you? I'm in shock because my daughter's already past that age. But I want to use the opportunity, and we're all going to be trying to help you, the parents, that some of you who speak on other issues, whether it's, things to do with the landscaping or their scooters, that we get a sense that we have to help each other. And I deplore you, ask you, to beg you to get involved in issues that are not necessarily your issues. The parents need the support. In other words, I'm sure that I've been advised by my wife not to say much more, but I get depressed when people stay just on their interest, a very, very narrow interest, and then they don't show up in support of other issues. We're on this together, and we have to get our numbers together to make sure that we triumph against the kinds of things that I heard today. I know the mayor and others have told me about the horrible meeting, and I'm just still trying to recuperate from that. So let's see if we all who are activists in our own area also connect with the parents and they with you, so that we have a fermentation of sort of us together. We have a little more strength. I apologize for my
that's fine.
reaching, but it's I think we need to start acting more. Even when it's not directly our interest.
Pete, do we have anybody signed up?
No one has signed up, Mr. Mayor.
Okay.
Can I say something?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Can I speak for a minute?
Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you. I'm listening to the parents of what's happening in the school and how they're frustrated and how they're frustrated with the administration and the people from downtown. My experience of being the oversight for the Dade County school system for 4 years tells you one thing. If the parents want to get something done, and we all want to get something done, not only the parents, to provide the best educational opportunity for our kids, there's one way to do it, and there's only one way to do it. We love you coming to our meetings. We love to know what's happening. But if you want to get stuff done, what you have to do is you have to organize a group of parents. At every meeting that they have of the school board, you have to go there, and everyone has to speak, and everyone has to lobby meaning talking to the board members, talking to their assistants, and letting them know what's happening. And you do it over and over and over again. That is the way things happen in the Dade County school system. They don't want to see you. The people who come there usually are the people who live off them, the accountants, the lawyers, the lobbyists, the engineers. But the people that are important are the kids in the educational system. And the only representation they have are you, the parents. So if you want to get something done, we all want to get something done, organize a group and go down there week after week, month after month, I'll be happy to go with you. So whoever's in charge of the PTA or with this system who's unhappy, let's get together, let's put a group together, and let's schedule going down to the meetings and talking and talking and talking and complaining, and let them know what our problems are. We are a big donor community. Last time I calculated, about 3 or 4 years ago, we were about $52,000 per student in the school system. So that's my suggestion to everybody.
Right.
After this meeting, next week, whenever, get together and do something and organize a trip down there. Thank you.
All right. Nick, you see how tough it is to deal with Robert's rules in this group? So, deal. You did a great job last night, by the way, because you see how hard it is. I got a bunch of yeah, exactly. I got bells and everything, and they don't work. So anyway, all right, we've got no more public comments at this time. There will be another opportunity for public comments later on in the evening. But right now, we're going to go to...
The next item is the agenda, approval deferrals, additions, deletions, substitutions, withdrawals.
Right. So my first item is obviously I want to discuss last night's meeting at the K through 8 and, discuss what we want to do as a council and what our role should be in all this. So that would be my item, my addition. And I also, Chad, as to the consent agenda, we've got I need to pull that one item off the consent agenda.
Which one?
Mayor, are you talking about 12B6?
Yes, good evening, everyone. Sorry I'm not there. I'm a little under the weather. The mayor has informed me that he needs to recuse himself from item 8F from the consent agenda.
Right. So
what I would suggest is that when you get to the consent agenda, just take the balance of that item, and then the mayor can leave, and you can vote on 8F separately.
Okay.
So we'll vote on 8A through E as a group, and then I'll hand over the gavel to the vice mayor, and then you guys can do 8F.
Mayor, so yours was it 12B?
So my
12B6?
item, mine would be 12B6, correct?
K8 discussion. Okay.
What's that?
12. The item I added is 12B6.
Okay.
K through 8 discussion.
But rather than put it at the end, why don't we do it now? Because the parents are here.
We can certainly move it up. We have a special presentation from the county, I believe. Yeah, from Miami-Dade Transportation, Miami TPO.
So why don't we get 7B?
Let's do it after that.
7B?
We'll do it right after. We'll do it 7B, if that's okay with you.
Parents don't leave.
So we'll have school discussion there.
Good.
I have a...
Anything else? Anybody
Yes.
want to?
Can I get...
Councilmember McCormick?
I would ask that we defer the minutes from January 18th. We got a new change just right before the meeting, and I wanted to have a chance to go back and watch that section, see if there was something else I wanted to add.
Okay. So that's deferring 8B.
By the way, just a clarification, and I called the clerk at around the same time. It's the same language that is in this minutes.
Right. No, I saw it. But
I don't know why we did that, but anyway, I'd be happy to defer it.
yeah, so we'll move that one.
Which one was that?
8B. 8B will be deferred. Anything else?
Can I get about 30 seconds or a minute on the subject of the artwork mural at the on the wall at the Golden Hog?
Sure. Artwork. Golden Hog.
Yeah, I just want to, I think this idea of having a discussion on the scooters, I'm not ready at this moment. I haven't looked into it enough for discussion, but I did talk to our chief of police, and he might be ready to bring maybe something back and start having that discussion
next meeting.
So I just want the public to know that we are looking at this and we're going to have this discussion.
Right.
Mr. Mayor, if I may. We actually do have a community meeting next Tuesday, March 15th, where we are going to take some input from our residents. And from that, we'll bring something back on April 12th.
Perfect.
And then one other thing, I do have an image that I just sent to our clerk. I'm hoping that she'll be able to print it out and give it to all of us. And I would like to ask Councilmember London on the swales issue. I have a photograph of some types of curbs that we might be able to use in the swales, and I want to have that discussion, and if he's okay with it, we can pass it around.
Pass it around.
Thank you.
No problem, agreed.
Okay, any other changes?
Can we see if between now and the time of that discussion, if we could also give a copy to Peter, and maybe he could find a way to add it, like a shared screen, another
Sure.
image for people to see.
It's digital, what I sent, so.
We ought
if you can
to
bring it up, that'd be great.
approve this resolution.
Oh, yeah, that, your resolution, right.
Yes.
So let's add that resolution under
We can
resolutions.
do it right now so that we can, or right after you conclude.
Why don't we do it at 7C after the?
7C is the resolution on Ukraine.
Sorry.
We're going to
Can we
add,
have the clerk please read that title just into the record since it's not.
Should
part
we
of the
vote
agenda?
first on the changes to the?
well, no,
agenda?
hold on, guys, everybody calm for a second. Chad, do you want her to read the title now or at the time we're discussing it?
I would just prefer it be read now.
Okay,
so we're-
can you
get
please,
out of the way.
Councilmember Laredo is proposing a resolution as to our support for, why don't you read it into the record, please? It's your resolution?
Right, it's a resolution.
Just the title is fine.
Yeah.
Just the title.
Okay, I'll read the title of my proposal. A resolution of the Village Council of the Village of Key Biscayne, Florida, condemning the unprovoked invasion of the sovereign nation of the Ukraine by Russia and requesting President Biden and all members of the North Atlantic Organization, NATO,
Treaty
to
organization.
provide military and humanitarian aid to the Ukrainian people and providing an effective date. And
that'll be
maybe we can just move it now.
I'm sorry, that's item
7C. No, I think I want to have a conversation about it. I think it's
Okay,
important.
On the,
Okay, anything else?
on the
Ed, do you have any
agenda.
items?
On the agenda, I have something.
Okay, all right, Councilmember Laredo.
I
you have
just
any-
wonder when, and if it's okay with you or us, I don't know. I had, there are two boards that I think that probably I suggested, athletic board and the
Art board.
the art in public places to
Give a report?
reappoint them.
Okay.
I think have the clerk provided the council?
Yes, I
Yeah.
forwarded it to the council.
Okay, I missed that, I apologize.
That's okay. It's just
Um,
that there are committees that are doing, boards that are doing great job, and I spent a lot of time
Okay,
looking at it.
put that on, let's put that on mayor and council members' discussion
At the
items.
end, okay.
Yeah, let's put that as 8. B8, it would be 12B8,
Okay.
board reappointments. So Art and Bab.
So I move the changes.
I'll
Second.
Okay. All those
Those
in
in
favor?
favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. The next item is the consent agenda.
I move
No,
the consent
no,
agenda as
No,
amended.
no, it's special presentations. The first item,
I'm
7A.
sorry, my apologies. Next item, special presentation, TPO Smart Plan Overview, a presentation by Eileen Bouslier, AICP Executive Director, Miami-Dade Transportation Planning Organization.
Mr. Mayor, before we start, I'd actually like to do an introduction for Eileen Bouclay. She's actually not the Miami-Dade Transportation, it is the Transportation Planning Organization, separate, distinct, independent agency. And what I've asked her to do today, as we've been talking over the last few months, as we put together some options to increase our transit and transportation requirements here in the village of Key Biscayne, is to first to give us an overview of the county smart plan, and then also discuss how and the processes we are taking to work with them to put together demonstration smart projects for the village, which include increased number of freebies as well as other projects. And so I'd like to introduce and welcome Eileen Bouclay, and I think I see her up there on the screen. Yes, she is. She's there. And I'd like to welcome her, and we'll get her presentation up at this moment.
Excellent, thank you.
Thank you and good evening, Mayor Davey and members of the council. It's my pleasure to be here this evening. I want to recognize and thank Village Manager Mr. Williamson for inviting me. And again, it's my pleasure to present an update to the SMART plan. And I also want to thank the Village Manager for accommodating me virtually this evening. I presented the SMART plan in the past in person, and I look forward to any future opportunities to be there in person. And once again, thank you. I have a brief PowerPoint presentation. We have a 3-minute video that will update you on the SMART plan. I don't know if the presentation is up in front of you.
Not yet.
And I'm going to defer to Mr. Williamson if you can let me know when the PowerPoint is up. So the presentation consists of a 3-minute video. I'm going to ask to advance to the second slide. Thank you so much to the individual who's managing the presentation for me. I don't have direct control, so I believe it's someone in. Thank you. We'll proceed to the next slide. Thank you. This is the Strategic Miami Area Rapid Transit Plan. It's a map. The video you're about to see is a 3-minute video. Will update you regarding all of the transit corridors, including the Smart Plan demonstration program. So at the end of the video, I have a few slides in which represent an area of focus between the Miami-Dade Transportation Planning Organization and the Village of Key Biscayne on initiatives that we are proposing to work together. So I would like to ask if we can go ahead and play the video at this time. Thank you.
What happened? I just saw Mayor Gilbert or Commissioner Gilbert up there.
Yes. Commissioner Gilbert is the chairman of the Miami-Dade Transportation Planning Organization, and my apologies, it looks like there's no volume playing. I'm not hearing it. I don't know if you want to retry that, or we can just skip up to the rest of the presentation.
We can retry it.
Thank you.
We're used to technical issues. Yeah, I'm talking to you.
I completely understand.
No, I'm giving my IT person, I like to give him a hard time. He gives me a hard time. It's a game we play until budget season. Then he gets real nice to me. I don't know why.
Understood.
Well, this is an opportunity for me to say hello. We used to serve together on the Regional Planning Council, you may recall.
Yes. Thank you.
That was a labor of love. That was good duty.
Yes.
We have to do better. We really do have to do better.
I can suggest if you agree.
The TPO board unanimously adopted.
Good. I got a couple more.
The important role that the TPO has is to form transportation policies and create partnerships that help satisfy our transportation goals.
In 2016, the Miami-Dade TPO Governing Board established rapid transit as the highest priority for the county. The TPO board unanimously adopted the 6-corridor SMART plan and funded the required environmental studies. Since then, several key project milestones have been accomplished. This also includes a 90-mile bus express rapid transit, or BERT, network. As a result, the Northwest Miami-Dade Express BERT line began service from the Miami Gardens Drive Park and Ride after its groundbreaking ceremony. The SMART plan is also commonly referred to as the SMART region, connecting Southeast Florida from Monroe to Palm Beach counties. The TPO board approved the South and North corridors to advance to Priority 1, followed by a series of actions to accelerate these projects. For the South Dade Transitway corridor, the TPO board adopted Bus Rapid Transit as the locally preferred alternative, which will operate from the Dadeland South Metro Rail Station to Florida City. The county received 2 federal funding grants to advance this project as a gold standard bus rapid transit facility. For the North Corridor, Miami-Dade is currently advancing a request for proposal for the design, construction, finance, operation, and maintenance service for an elevated fixed guideway transit system. This corridor has been endorsed as a strategic intermodal facility by the Southeast Florida Transportation Council, as well as the Miami-Dade and Broward NPOs, representing support for the future economic growth of the region. For the Beach Corridor, the TPO board adopted the locally preferred alternative in 3 sections. First, elevated rubber tire technology along the MacArthur Causeway. Second, dedicated transit lanes along Washington Avenue. And third, extending Metromover north to the Design District. For the Smart Region Northeast Corridor, Miami-Dade County started discussing steps necessary to implement the commuter rail service along this Smart Plan corridor. The West Aventura Station was the first to break ground. For the East-West Corridor, the TPO Board adopted Bus Rapid Transit as the locally preferred alternative from the Tamiami Station Park and Ride, with express service to the Miami Intermodal Center and downtown Miami. One of the new express bus services was started along State Road 836 from the Dolphin Station Park and Ride to downtown Miami. For the Kendall Corridor, the environmental phase is currently underway from the Dadeland North Metro Rail Station to Chrome Avenue. The TPO Board also adopted a Smart Plan demonstration program focused on advancing first and last mile connections and new technology options for the region. Between 2018 and 2020, 37 demonstration projects were approved in coordination with the Florida Department of Transportation, Miami-Dade County, the Transportation Trust, and municipal partners, providing new mobility options countywide. As part of a comprehensive multimodal approach, the TPO Board adopted the Smart Trails program, providing key pedestrian and bicycle connections to the rapid transit corridors. The success of the Smart Plan has been based on strong regional collaboration, and as the plan continues to advance, coordination at the federal, state, regional, and local level will continue to be essential.
Thank you. The video is on the website at www.miamismartplan.com. You can also go to the Miami-Dade Transportation Planning Organization website, miamidadetpo.org. This slide is really an area of focus that the village manager and myself have initiated discussions to work on behalf of the village. We've started a process in February of this year to prepare the list of program priorities, which are funding requests that we make to the federal and state level. We are working, the village manager and I are working to put in a couple of applications, which we're going to discuss with you. But the overall program, the Smart Demonstration Program, is to advance first, last mile connections to existing and future proposed Smart Plan corridors. To date, the TPO has approved 37 projects have obtained funding. This is a state matching grant program. So anything that we can do to bring funds here to South Florida that helps transportation is part of our overall commitment on behalf of Miami-Dade TPO. So we're going to be working with the village to do that. Next slide. This is just an example of the projects that are currently in service. We have 37 demonstration projects that have been approved through our list of program priorities, and these are the ones that are actually in service. And then we have a handful that are working through the programmatic process of service and funding and some other regulatory issues that we're working through to get them up and running. This is where we want to add at least 2 services within the village that Mayor can brief you on. If you go to the next slide. Well, actually, I apologize. I defer to the manager on this particular slide. Mr. Williamson?
Yeah, thank you, Aileen. And I think Mayor and Council, I think you're aware of our work that's ongoing with Crandon Boulevard. We're currently going through the design process and are working with both the county as well as the state for potential funding to fund this project once we go to construction, which we hope will begin sometime midsummer to late summer this year. Secondly, we're also looking at, and we have just found out that we are eligible for county road impact fee funds, particularly for Harbor Drive as well as West Mashta Drive. We're currently doing a pavement condition index evaluation of all of our roadways. Once we get that information, we'll pass that on to the county. And if the condition index states that they're required to be upgraded, which we believe they are, we will then work to get the road impact funding for those projects.
Excellent.
So that's where we are, and we'll continue to keep you up to date as we move forward on those projects.
All right.
Excellent.
And And then this is the final slide that we wanted to jointly present to you, the village manager and myself, that we're working jointly to see if we can put in 2 applications in this 50-50 funding model, where we would seek 50% of the funds at the state level through our program, working with the Florida Department of Transportation that administers those grants, to increase the freebie fleet within the village from 5 to 7, as well as look at putting an application for a village Brickell connector first last mile service. That is something that the village manager has expressed to me, and Miami-Dade TPO staff believes would be a very valuable service for the residents of the village and the overall transportation network. In addition, the village manager has expressed an interest in working with Miami-Dade TPO to introduce any emerging or innovative transportation projects that can help move the needle in terms of the level of congestion. I did share with the village manager that we did a peer exchange late last year with the Southern Nevada Transportation Commission, and part of our peer exchange included a participating, and actually, and many of you that may have been in Vegas recently may have actually had the opportunity to ride the service yourself, but they have an autonomous vehicle pilot in Vegas where they, through Lyft and Uber, where they are in a constant loop up and down the Vegas Boulevard. So this is something that we may be looking at as a potential application. We're in the very early stages of those discussions. I do defer to manager if he would like to add any comments to that, but I'm very pleased to present that to you this evening. These were all the slides that we have for this evening. If you have any questions, it will be my pleasure to address them. And once again, I want to recognize and thank your village manager for reaching out, and I look forward to working with the village on these initiatives. Thank you.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Aileen. I appreciate it. I'll open the floor, but before I do, that last one sounds pretty exciting. Aileen and I talked about that a couple weeks ago. I don't know where it's going to go, but we're going to learn more about this autonomous vehicle thing. Obviously, safety is important, but if we can find ways to get people moving better on our streets, obviously that's a big win for us. So she's available for questions if you'd like to ask her anything on the way we're moving forward.
And moving on our streets, not to casinos, right?
Well, I think our charter says we can't have any casinos. So
I remember.
we're
That's
okay.
correct. Let's not start any rumors we don't need to.
But let me ask you something, Mr. Manager. I'm a little appreciate your presentation. Excellent. Thank you very much and for your support. We're going to come back to this issue on another item here, particularly when it deals with the freebies and extension of service with the corridor to Vizcaya.
Well, actually, one of the consent items tonight is the grant application request for going forward for the freebies and the Brickell connector as well. Yes.
Okay, because I guess I wanted to make sure before she goes off that we're looking, we're looking for financial support.
Right. Yes, and that's what she
well,
said.
I know, but I'm from plain English speaker, and I want to get on the record that we applaud some of these, and we put our money, we expect money from you as well, in a nice way.
Yeah.
Unless I'm missing something.
No. What this is,
Okay,
what she's explained. There's a
matching.
There's an annual process that
Right.
works through a grant system, and so what we do is we work with them. It goes to FDOT, which goes through a prioritization process, and once those special demonstration or smart plan demonstration projects are set, we then apply for the grant itself. So this here from the consent item is the approval to go forward with that grant request, and that kind of aligns with the timeline that she's talking about there.
That's what we're looking to do.
I think this is all
And if
game-changing stuff, and I'm glad to learn that TPO staff seems positively inclined toward these ideas. That's new news. That's good.
Absolutely. All right. Thanks very much for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The next item is last night's meeting, PTA meeting, K8 Center.
Right.
Mayor Davey.
Okay, so we heard from parents, I believe I was told there were about 160. I mean, you guys were there. I was up in the front, so I didn't get to see, but I know the place was packed.
I was in the back. It was packed.
It was, yeah.
I would say about 200 people.
Okay,
more
200
or less.
people. So it obviously wasn't 3 parents who are making the noise in this community. We have an issue with the K through 8. I think last night was great. I really appreciate the PTA for putting it on in connection with the district. I think it's important for there to be a dialogue. I think the question before us is, this school has been the cornerstone of our community. I mean, when Frank and I served a while back, we pushed forward the idea of having, what did we call it? I forget. Before the EAB, it was something else. But we tried to work with the school to do what we could to proffer that we want to work together. How can we support that school? That school is an integral part of this community. And you've both been really important in terms of your service in the EAB. You're both very dedicated. I mean, Allison, your education background has been invaluable in the issues as they've gone forward. You have at times calmed me when there have been issues with different school personnel. But at this point, we have to figure out what are we going to bring to the table and how do we do that? And I think right now, the most important thing for us to discuss is what's our process? Because there is a jurisdictional thing. The school board member brought it up last night, and she's absolutely correct. We do not have any control over that space over there. It's not ours, but it is a part of our community. So how can we move forward? And I like Ed's idea. I understand what Ed's talking about in terms of going down to the school board and speaking up. I think that's great. And I think we should be doing that in our capacities as members of this council. But what do we want to do? What steps do you think we should be taking as far as being a part of a cohesive group of Key Biscayne residents who are going to move forward on this issue? Because last night, I'll be honest, I was disappointed in how last night played out. I was disappointed that the district put a little presentation on that didn't, frankly, in my opinion, not as a parent, but as somebody who's been through these things before, it didn't address the parents' concerns. It tried to gloss over. I mean, we had one slide on sanitation that they got a 96% on the sanitation audit. I don't know what exactly that means. I mean, 96% sounds great, but who audited? What were the goals and what were they trying to achieve with that? The class sizes. One of the things that I kept hearing from the district was, well, the state requires averaging. We're not the state. We're the Village of Key Biscayne. These are our residents. They expect that we are going to do everything we can to make sure that those classes are as close to, if not lower, than the mandatory numbers. And I have a question, the mandate. Everybody kept talking about the mandate. Is that law that they're required to be lower than that, or there's a problem? Or is it just sort of a guideline from the state?
No, I think it has to be, but I think there are opportunities for waivers or something.
Okay, but they didn't talk about any waivers.
No,
they just talked about mandates. And so my feeling is I'd like to, and especially from you two, I mean, you guys have been the ones down in the trenches, so I'd like to hear what you have to say. But, to Councilmember Laredo's point, it's our community. This is our community school. This is a critical part. So I'd like to find a plan where we can help our residents move the ball forward, because I really don't believe at this point that we're really moving positive. They're not moving on their own, and I think we need to give our voice to them.
May I say something?
Councilmember McCormick and then Councilmember Laredo.
So my opinion is not dissimilar to yours or frankly Ed's. I think that this is something that we have to operate on sort of a multi-pronged approach. I think it is always appropriate for parents to advocate for their school and for their children directly to the school board. That doesn't mean that I don't want you coming to me or that you shouldn't be here. Multi-pronged means I think it's appropriate that you continue to voice your concerns to the school board. And at the same time, what I would like to see this body do is to continue to advocate for our residents the way that we do, right? We saw with the Rickenbacker, the lobbying effort that was done by certainly the mayor, the manager, the village attorney, and everybody was Herculean, and we had amazing results. We got where we wanted to go, and I think we can do that again. This village has always enjoyed, and Chad has mentioned this to me many times, this village has always enjoyed a very special relationship with the school district. For whatever the reason, I like to think it's because we're really good partners, but they do listen to us and hear our concerns and often act in our favor as a result. We've done really good things together. Last night, I definitely felt that there was a little bit of this going on. I think the school district came prepared to talk in generalities about their district-wide programs. And I think that our community was upset about what's happening within our community and wanted to hear specifics about what's happening in our school and the specific issues that we have. I think that Nick said it earlier. Last night was a good opening step in this bigger process, but clearly there's a road ahead. And I think the way that we get there is through continued support from this body and from parents advocating at the school district level, and just keep going until we get where we want to be. The words that I said to Dr. Lewis at the end of the night last night, where I understand that you're dealing with a massive school district, but this one school is very unique, in my opinion, to the entire county. The way we're situated geographically, it is such a key part of this community and has always been very successful because of the way that the community and the school work together. And what I heard last night is that people feel like that has fallen apart. And that is something that we absolutely have to be advocating for. And I think both sides benefit. So I think that there's work to be done, and I would like to see this body commit themselves to continuing to advocate for our residents and the conditions at the school.
Councilmember Laredo?
Well, she had anticipated what I was going to say. I'd like to either make it in the form of a motion. The main thing is I'm still in shock from what I heard off the record. Besides the stuff that you did, clearly it was a reality check, and we were very effective. We keep calm, cool, and collected. We had even more major crisis, which is playing with our entry to the key, that is the Rickenbacker. We had a new modality in Key Biscayne, which is humility combined with strength. And we were very successful in the Rickenbacker. I think we should approach formally this is a project that I don't disagree with Ed London that you individual parents can go, but there is a gravitas of us who are elected officially as elected officials in a democracy, coming before the school board, demanding to move this forward. I am not completely versed on the problems, but I got a pretty good idea that it's a major problem. So I would urge that we take this on, almost to the letter, imitate our methodology as we dealt with the Miami-Dade County Commission, because for each parent individually to be going is not going to be as affected as if we go as a body representing them, and they can supplement it by the thing. And I think this is obviously a priority. I do not have children in this situation, but I can tell you, I can feel your pain. And I'm glad I wasn't there last night, but you know, some of you who follow me, I'm not necessarily always under control when I see injustices and disrespect and lack of grace. And it seems that was fairly absent last night. So I would propose, if it's that we take this as a project, a formal project, with the help and guidance of the village manager to systematically address this as a body.
Vice Mayor?
Thank you. Yeah, I was at the meeting last night, and I want to thank all of you guys who came here to speak about it. I also have 2 children in the K-8 and 1 in Mast. You know, some of the stuff that parents set up there as concerns are stuff that happened directly to me as well. And, you know, I think that these concerns that we have is like both of you guys have said, or everybody is a concern for the community, not just for the parents at the school. If this affects everybody, and one of the heart of this community is that school. So we all have to be involved in this. This is not just parents, not people who are members of PTA. This is everybody. You know, with that meeting last night, I agree. I was disappointed in the outcome. I think most parents got up and walked out before it even ended because it just felt like there was no resolution to anything. It was just talk back and forth, you know, whether they listened or didn't listen, but we didn't feel it. And I saw that. But I think it was also a success in a way that it came out very clear to me that there is an issue. This is not a perception. There is something going on. And I know there's many things that came out, but there's definitely something in the administration that doesn't seem to right to get to this point. And it was very clear in that meeting last night for sure. And I think that was a success from that meeting. As a community and as a board up here, we do have a compact with the school, and it is non-binding, but it's a compact that we put in together in good faith that we would work together with our school district to improve the educational excellence and the experience for the children. And I think we need to lean on that. And I think we need to go down there and start talking to our school board members and say, look, we have a compact. It's non-binding, but we don't see that we're moving in this direction. And I'm willing to join Councilmember London and anybody else who wants to join to go down to the school board, speak. I know some of the other school board members up there, other than the one that represents us. And so I'm willing to do that as well. You know, I think that the difficult thing that I was left with last night is the question is, will or even can this be corrected? And how will it be corrected? And I know that's what you guys came to us tonight to ask. And we really haven't sat too long on this issue. We saw it last night. But I think that it's important that we may have to have a special meeting or something, because I think that this is not something that we can wait 1 month. I mean, kids are, you know, if there's an issue, kids could be having some issues. So I think that for us to decide on, you know, maybe how we want to do it as a body, or each of us individually help out as whatever we can do. But I think that that compact, even though it's non-binding, we need to lean on that, and because that's in good faith on both sides.
Councilmember Kaplan.
The notion that the past is prelude occurs to me. I'm more perhaps alarmed than disappointed. I thought last night's intention was really excellent. The effort to fulfill what was intended was well directed, but it didn't work. And it's not, I think, the fault of the local parents or the PTA leadership that last night seemed on balance rather negative to me. It may be, as I was sitting there listening, it may be that there's some element of just COVID frustration and attrition. The things that Daisy spoke about affect everybody. So some of the frustrations about parents being physically separated from the type, extent, and recurring involvement that parents have been used to for, I don't know, 5 generations in that school have been interrupted. I heard frustration about that last night. The cycle of pandemic response indicates that that will improve, I hope until forever, because I hope there will not be another event that causes it to not improve. But we won't know that till we know that. Apart from that observation about the possibility that COVID attrition, you know, speaks to some of this, there was obviously real substantive other issues that the PowerPoint presentation really didn't address. It just pretty much missed the mark. So if the point was about listening and developing accountability, I think that was just an unfortunate flub. I heard, and maybe it's tactically important to be honest about what we heard. I heard diminished trust and confidence in respect of certain elements, at least, of the administration, and also affecting or being directed at the school board itself as a body. The gentleman who spoke, Dr. Lewis, as a representative of that body, I heard a sense that the leadership is kind of distant and unengaged with faculty and with parents, unresponsive to faculty, perhaps a bit autocratic. Some of the illustrations that were offered by the teacher compiled talking points from her peers were pretty deficient. And simple things like, you know, dated bulletin boards or whatever that observation was about classroom amenities that go vacant for a long period of time and not addressed, not improved. And this is quite apart from the perhaps other more important points dealing with the actual curriculum and the methodology, the pedagogy of dealing with kids with special needs and dealing with foreign language programs and dealing with the whole variety of things that an excellent school is supposed to offer with excellence. So, you know, this was intended to be kind of a step forward to develop a more cohesive sense of common purpose, understanding about what's on everyone's mind with clarity, and take steps toward improvements. But I think what really happened last night was that a divide was revealed, not bridged. I agree with the premise that this was a bit of talking past each other. And so I have maybe a tactical thought that comes from our work with the K-8 and the idea of getting a local high school, which dates back to 2010 approximately, which was a council intervention. The jurisdictional point is irrelevant. The community activism lobbying for, you know, the greater good is relevant. It's not a jurisdictional encroachment. It's simply a responsibility to show up for and with these parents and the families in the school and work together. We started in 2010 with staff and the superintendent, but mostly with staff. We went to the professionals whose life mission is public education, and we observed that public education was failing in our community. Is that what you want on your watch? Because if you don't, if you want public education to succeed, you got to think differently and behave differently. And that was influential ultimately with the board, but it didn't start with the elected people. It started with the professionals. So I think to offer that as a memory that I recall was effective, that worked. And then, of course, you got to wind up at the board, and you got to do it repeatedly, as Ed said. But we need to be there with you. That's how this works best.
I agree. Councilmember McCormick.
So in terms of more like concrete next steps to try to lay out, to Brett's point, us not wanting to wait, we're talking about kids going to school upset, and every single day, I imagine, is a battle to get your son out the door. So you don't want to be doing it longer than you have to. And that's the case for anyone who's struggling there, faculty, whoever. So the suggestion by Councilmember Laredo that we follow sort of the same blueprint that we used for the Rickenbacker makes me think that perhaps a good next step is to do another meeting. You had one, and perhaps maybe you include...
To be clear, they had their own meeting.
No. I'm thinking of you and Steve going together, compact in hand, either literally or figuratively, to say, you know, we have an issue. We need action taken. What is it going to be? And, you know, I've been in schools a really long time, and I would say that the number one most important thing that you do to get your community united is you communicate with them. And that was something I heard over and over again last night, was just this lack of communication. And I shared it with our school board rep at the end of the meeting, who assured me she answered every email she received. But that wasn't what I heard wasn't happening. What I heard wasn't happening, and frankly, was my experience the last year my son was in the school. Now, he was MSO. It was a very crazy year, but this idea of not knowing, it's very difficult to trust the people who have your child all day if they're not telling you anything. And I think that they did hear that last night. So hopefully in the near term, we can see an improvement on that front. But additionally, what I started out saying, I think I would suggest that, and I would suggest, Mike, because in our charter, it says that you should be doing intergovernmental things, and you've already had a meeting with our school board rep and the region superintendent. I think we need another one, and I'm not sure that isn't with the new superintendent. It's time to say, it's nice to meet you, welcome to your new job, and here's your first problem that we have to bring to you. And what I would suggest, I'm happy to go, but I think it's most appropriate that Mike and Steve go. I'm not sure that we can all go with Sunshine, and I don't think it would make sense anyway, but that would be my suggestion, that we really make sure that they know that not only are our parents concerned, but that we're concerned, and that we're supposed to have this agreement that we work together, and clearly there's something that needs to be fixed here, and we're here to do our part. How do we help? But we'll help tell you what the problems are. We can even help you if you have some way that we could help with a solution, but we need this addressed and we need it fixed.
And we need it done quickly.
So that would be my suggestion, to follow Councilmember Laredo's motion, that we follow what we did with the Rickenbacker, and we ask the two of you, as soon as you possibly can, to go. And I would suggest, considering you already had a meeting once and then the result of that was last night, it may be time to go straight to the superintendent's office.
I think that's
I'd like to make that.
Sorry, Councilmember London? Yeah, go ahead.
Yes, one quick suggestion. We have this bus, which I think we use occasionally. Why don't we have the bus available and get the PTA to get as many parents for every school board meeting? We go down in mass. And again, I'll tell you from my experience, for 4 years attending every school board meeting, that's what matters, more than a little increment. And we go down, and we basically go down and express our displeasure and express what we want done over and over and over again. And we do it as a councilman, as a community. We go down on the bus, everybody goes together, and we all speak individually. And that's what I'm suggesting.
All right.
Positive action to take.
Yeah, I think that's, let me just quickly, so I agree with both of what you're saying. I think we all need, I think it was effective when we went down to the Board of County Commissioners and we were there and our residents spoke and we all were there talking to them. They heard us, they listened because we were respectful, but we pushed our ideas. And I think that is absolutely a way to do this. I will reach out to the superintendent. I've been wanting to meet with Superintendent Dotres. He's new, and as you said, let's introduce him to Key Biscayne and show him that we want to work. I mean, we've always wanted to work. I mean, the PTA, every parent there last night was chomping at the bit to volunteer. And, you know, one of the things I was a little bit upset about was they're not allowing volunteers. But the fact is, it's always, the devil is in the details. It's in the fine print, as Councilmember Laredo says. You know, you can, the administration can allow people to go in. I mean, the language was, volunteers are allowed before and after school hours, and I'll quote the language because I don't want to misstate it. Sorry, apologies. I took about 8 pages of notes last night. For events or activities approved by the administration. So the administration has, I believe, a wide capacity to allow, not in classrooms during instructional time, but there are ways for our parents to get involved. And what I would like to do is really, we need to have some sort of organizational meeting with the PTA, with the parents. I would like to do it to the Vice Mayor's point. Let's have a meeting before the next board meeting. The next board meeting, Laudy, is Laudy still here? No. She was saying the next board meeting, or no, Yvette told me, the next board meeting is tomorrow. So we don't have time because we can't get the cards in. You have to get them in, I think, 48 hours ahead of time. But let's figure out when the next meeting is. Let's get this community, let's have a workshop or a meeting together so that we can identify what are we going to say when we go down there? What are our goals? How do we want to get there? I will go and reach out to the superintendent, set something up, talk about the compact. But I think I want our community to, I think the community could do it on their own, but I think we as a council owe them to show up at a meeting that gets people to organize for the next.
I know I've spoken a lot, but it just occurred to me, I think it's also really important that we recognize that, Ed, you're absolutely right. People should be going and advocating, and if we want to put the bus together, I'll be on it. But actually, I drive a car with a lot of seats. I could follow and take more people. But it's important that we recognize the progress that this government, this village council, and this village government has made in terms of its relationship with the school district. We have accomplished things no other community has done. The relationship that we have with Mast Academy is amazing, and they have said they will not do it again. That we are very, very lucky with many of the things that we've been able to accomplish and achieve. And I'm not saying that means we don't continue to move forward. I'm saying we say to the school district, look at what we've accomplished together. We've earned the respect to have people take us seriously. We've done our part, and now it is time for us to be heard and for some changes to be made.
I'd like to make a motion, if I may.
May I just one thing? One reason that we have high credibility is because we are very well reasoned. When we make observations, we back them up with facts. They're empirical. They're serious. And I think this happened with Rickenbacker. We have good arguments. Reasonable people listen to good arguments.
Agreed.
Yeah, and I think, sorry, to the balance, I think we also, I'm sorry, Councilmember Laredo, I think that we also ask in a way that we go there saying we're ready to do something to help. We're not just saying, stomping our feet and saying, do what I want.
That's right.
We're saying people are upset. There are issues that need to be addressed. How can we help you address them? But we're not leaving until they're addressed.
Yeah, to move forward, my motion would be, one, to make this adopted as a priority for this council, as a body. That's number one. Number two, that we call it your judgment after you make preliminary, a special meeting, a formal meeting of this council, right. Not a workshop, a council meeting where we can make decisions, where we'll have to establish the philosophy. And I want you all to hear, because I'm militant, but sometimes we were very successful because we were very disciplined. We were very thoughtful. We were very thankful, as we need to be in this case as well with the county commission. We had great staff support. Our village attorney and our village manager worked the staff, which speaks a different language. Elected officials understand electoral votes. We have in this community, besides one of our uniquenesses, that we have an awful lot of people who reside here who have extraordinary influence outside of the key, because they are involved in major businesses that are contributors to people who run for office, etc. But the key is we need to do it together. When you hear this thing about buses, everything, keep calm, let's be smart, let's be thankful, let's have the humility which proves so effective. But let's make this a formal charge, because this to me is as important as the Rickenbacker. It destroys the whole spirit of why I moved here 40 years ago. My daughter was born here. And I mean, this is fundamental. Luckily, I'm out of it in terms of this new breed. And we do not blame them. We do not accuse anybody. Everybody has been two rough years. But you know what? The parents have had it rougher. So everybody, whenever we tell them, well, it's been rough. Yeah, well, it's rougher. You've been being paid. We work as volunteers. You PTA members put a lot of time as volunteers. And so if we have that methodology, if we have that discipline and that humility, because sometimes in Key Biscayne, we get a little bit too, I think we can be successful with, as you pointed out, starting every conversation. Our presentations, by the way, so that if you weren't involved, in the Rickenbacker, whether it's the mayor or any one of us, we always started and ended with thank you. Right. We always started, and in the mean, we threw you a thank you. And at the end of the day, we were able to accomplish things with very powerful people working against us. So I would make that into a formal, that is to say, formal issue, and leave it up to you, Mayor, to call a special meeting. And in the meantime, with the manager, perhaps do a preliminary approach, because you'd be surprised that some of this information does not necessarily get up, and you know how to do it. So
I'll second your motion.
Thank you.
Call it.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
So the next
If I could just say one more thing to people who are here. I know that it feels, I hope it doesn't feel like this is just getting addressed now, that we do have a committee that advises the council, a board, the Education Advisory Board that has been working with the school district and bringing issues to them. And people come and make public comments there. And we do, again, back to the thank you, we have representation from the school district at that meeting monthly. So yes, we have things that we need to work on. Hopefully we can work on them together, but this is something that we're working on. This isn't just a brand new thing coming to us, and I know it's not a new thing going to the school district.
So the next meeting of the school board is April 13th. It's the next meeting that they'll have. So I was thinking, let's shoot for that first week in April. I was going to, our spring break is from the 19th to the 20th. We get back on the 28th. So I'll start looking and figuring out when we can have some sort of meeting of this, of the community on this specific issue. Probably the week of either
So we have a meeting on April 12th.
The 12th, but I want that to be a separate. I want a specific meeting for the school issue the week before. I was thinking the 7th, but the 5th. Yeah.
Be when there isn't vacation and the parents
Correct.
may be traveling with their
Correct.
kids.
No, they're all public school parents, so we're all on the same schedule. So all right, so that's what I'll start looking at either the last part of March or the first week in April, first full week in April. But it'll be the first part, just so everybody understands. That's what we're looking for, is the first part of April, so we can have a meeting solely on the school, and we'll get it together. And I will, in the interim, be reaching out to the superintendent. I've been wanting to meet with him, so this is a good way to do it. And again, to what everybody up here is saying, and to the folks who've been working on this, I know it maybe feels a little frustrating, but we're working together. We're a community. We're going to work through this issue, and we're going to make it happen because that's what we do. Okay? All right. Next item.
The next item,
Thank
Mr.
you.
Mayor, is the Ukrainian resolution. Councilmember Laredo.
Councilmember Laredo.
I already read it. There's only one suggested change, only that I put in the Ukraine. It is to take out the word the.
Well, I like what you wrote. I'm not going to lie to you personally. But I think asking to provide military aid is probably above our pay grade. I was thinking about something.
I was thinking like assisting and defending
To
democracy
provide-
or something.
We had a conversation. Believe me, I've been involved in this at the famous Article 5.
Yeah.
The manager and I have a disagreement on that because, as you know, and this is not the forum, that a NATO nation with our support is providing military assistance, i.e. Poland. But I hear you, and the spirit of it is so make the changes that you like, or delete the words military. I'll be happy to.
Because
We need to
humanitarian
come out
aid, but I look, I agree.
No, I got you, I
I'm
got
very
you.
happy that the Polish have given us the MiG-29s that we may give to whoever our friends are that fly currently MiG-29s.
We need to be, these are times where we really have to be
this is-
non-ambiguous.
I agree.
But I understand,
But
but it's got to
I-
get out so that the embassy in Washington knows that we're acting.
Correct.
And if you
I
want to
agree.
delegate it, we can work before the end of the meeting with some of the changes, but you're right.
Yeah, I mean, to provide, I would
I
say
got you.
certainly
You can put assistance, provide assistance, and
provide
humanitarian-
assistance to the Ukrainian people.
and humanitarian relief.
And
All possible assistance.
all possible assistance to the Ukrainian people, and take such steps as are prudent to deprive Russia of sources of foreign income, was the other thing I wanted to, because I do want as many sanctions as we've taken, and I appreciate that President Biden is now saying that we will not import Russian oil, but any other steps that can be taken to deprive these folks of foreign income.
These are very, I would say to you, with some degree of dramatic, I'm sorry for it, since the missile crisis of 1962, a defining moment in the history of the world.
I would agree with
In
you.
our little nothing Key Biscayne, we need to be on record that with all the caveats and all of that, that we
I
know
agree.
that this is affect us as soon. So if you want, go ahead with those amendments, and let's move it so that we can get.
Okay,
it
and then
wrapped up.
down below, in providing, the military supports President Biden and all NATO nations in providing
Assistance, all
Such-
possible assistance.
Yes, all possible
Humanitarian.
assistance to the people of Ukraine and enact such sanctions as are necessary, again, to punish Russia for its illegal and unwarranted invasion.
May I make one more, just see how you feel about something?
Sure.
I see it as you just said. This, we've been on a progression in civilization for a long time, and we're actually palpably regressing in culture, in society, in civilization.
Good.
So in addition to the tenet of violating international law, when I read this, I started to tinker with words like and basic morality. And I think it's not just a legal infraction.
Yes.
It is
immoral.
Totally in shock.
Could we add that thought?
Yes.
That's in the first whereas.
Whereas the unprovoked and immoral invasion?
It violate every tenet of international law and basic morality.
Basic morality. Okay, fine. Can you put that to
And accept it, basically, yeah, and accept
send that to the clerk so that she understands?
Yep.
Can you write it down?
I'll second. Or you already?
Oh, it's already been seconded.
yeah.
You already seconded it.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for bringing this, Councilmember Laredo.
And would you make sure that gets done so the mayor can sign it maybe tomorrow?
Yeah, I'll come by tomorrow and sign.
Yes, sir.
Send it to the embassy.
Yes, sir.
Okay,
that'd be
first,
great.
so the motion now is the consent agenda A through E.
Consent
Move.
Second?
Thank you.
With the exception of F. Oh.
Yeah, just A through E right now.
I got you.
All those in favor?
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
Let the record show that the mayor absents himself.
Yes, I had my relationship my relationship with the condominium association is no longer enacted.
Let
but
the record record
I am,
that he has left the room for the minute, so make sure she gets.
Yep.
The next item is a resolution of the Village Council of the Village of Key
I move
Bis-
it. Second.
I have to read the title.
I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
I'm sorry. Key Biscayne, Florida, approving a settlement agreement with James F. Leach Cellco Partnership DBA Verizon Wireless and T-Mobile South LLC relating to the denial of an administrative appeal of the installation of certain cellular equipment on the roof of the Cape Florida Club condominium located at 210 Seaview Drive, providing for authorization and providing for an effective date.
So we got a move from Laredo and second from Kaplan.
Thank you. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
All right, the mayor, you can come back if wherever you are.
He's probably eating.
It was too fast for him.
I hope there's some pita bread left.
I think we can go to the next item,
That's
right?
right.
While he's coming back.
Just waiting. No?
He said to keep going.
Okay. The next item is the first reading of an ordinance of the Village of Key Biscayne, Florida, amending Article 2, Chapter 26, Golf Carts of the Village Code of Ordinances relating to golf cart and slow-moving vehicle use within the village, providing for severability, providing for codification, providing for conflicts, and providing for an effective date.
Moved.
Second.
Thank you.
Motion. Mike?
Call the
Yes, sir.
question.
Councilmember London?
Yeah, I have only one comment, and that is, we talked about the current permit from the village, and, we basically now have, when you buy a golf cart, you bring it in, get inspected, you get a sticker.
Right.
To make sure you have minimal equipment required. And then we also now say you should come back every year and do it again, which absolutely makes no sense, except ties up police, inconvenience residents, and accomplishes nothing. Because basically, once you put this in, if in fact you don't have lights after the first year and you're operating without lights, you're gonna get a ticket. If you don't have the other equipment to stop you, you're gonna get a ticket. So basically, I'd like to say it's fine, except the permit should be one time when you buy the golf cart, not every year. It would free up a lot of police time, which we claim is very critical when we don't have enough policemen. And it also is inconvenient to the residents. So that's what I'd like to see. Otherwise, I'm fine with the ordinance, but I don't believe we should inspection other than one time when we buy the golf cart.
I hear what you're saying because, Chief wants to say something. I can see him chomping at the bit back there. No, he's good. I would only say, I hear what you're saying, but maybe every 5 years, something so that we make sure that they're,
Well, yeah, car protected.
what's that?
You don't do it for your cars, so why are you gonna do it for cars?
Well, because we used to do it for cars, and we had a lot safer highways, and that's precisely what I think we should have. Maybe it's not every year, but every 2 or 3 years. Otherwise, we'll have a deterioration of the actual equipment, probably, as it's happened with a lot of cars. So
we don't expect it, but we look at the lights and we look at having seat belts and we look at a big red thing on the back when we inspect for it.
Maybe between first and second reading, you can speak with the chief and we can come up with something, and then second reading, bring it back.
Good suggestion.
But I believe now that it's a waste of money, time, and inconvenience to our residents for no purpose whatsoever.
All right, so there's a motion. This is first reading only.
Correct. This is for, also, I have to open this for public comments afterward. All right, let me open this. How did he get key lime? Let me open this for public comments. Anybody here want to speak to the golf cart ordinance? Okay, I'm going to close public comments. Do we have any other comments?
I think 2 questions for me. Is it accurate that the inspection really only does cover turn signal, headlight, seat belt, and that little triangular reflector in the back that nobody has?
It covers a comprehensive list. I want to say I think it's like A through K. I don't have it memorized. I can tell you that quite a bit of residents that do come in fail the first time.
Yeah, but do you remember whether it covers the suspension?
It does not cover the suspension of the golf cart. It's mostly safety equipment.
Okay.
Right.
It's to make sure it's able to go on the street.
Right.
Correct.
And to your point, it's the first time they come through that they generally fail, but their subsequent visits, they're generally pretty good.
I have not seen in the time that I've been in the village someone come back after failing an initial inspection fail a second time.
No,
So
sorry,
yes.
for a renewal.
Renewals.
No, same thing. We've had people come in and for a renewal and they fail, and then they go to KB Green or they get the
Like
part
they have
and they
a
fix
bulb
it on
out
their
or
own.
something.
Correct.
So we've had a conversation in the past about other aspects of the ordinance, and specifically what's on my mind is the path of travel along Crandon and the unfeasibility of actually, if you have to stick to just one intersection linkage, you can't get from Bill Baggs to like anywhere. So we're not speaking to that in this ordinance.
No, sir. Crandon Road is covered under the county ordinance. So when I met with Chad, the changes to this ordinance allow the officers to have an additional tool to utilize village fines versus state statutes, which have longer lasting ramifications. It gives us an opportunity to educate and enforce our youth and our citizens throughout the village. It doesn't supersede the county ordinance, which we would utilize on Crandon.
Okay. Council member, when we do the design and assessment of Crandon Boulevard, we're looking at increasing the options for folks to get off of Crandon so that we can actually do what you're saying. Because there are some locations where you just cannot go one block.
Yeah.
And so we're trying to find those cut-throughs to help us do that.
The obvious thing is that Mr. Mayor, they're really doing a great job of codifying and enforcing what we set as a policy. And this is first reading. And if somebody has any other input, we can catch it as it goes along. But the general trend is very useful, very positive. It is a privilege. Driving is a privilege. It's not a right. Correct. And this is within our jurisdictional important, and therefore the motion is in order to move it on first, and let's don't spend so much more time on it. We got so much on the agenda.
I would say, just to Ed's point, I would like to extend the renewal time. At least
I think that makes sense.
To 5 years. So to extend it, because it's right now it's every year. I'd rather every 5 years.
We can catch it on the second.
Yeah, fine. I'm happy to do that, but I just want that on the record.
Can I add to that? Because I do want to address that question. And one of the things, and we are trying to prevent. I think that's where you really want to put your effort. And sure, we may say that perhaps is a waste of time, but I think it gives us police officers an opportunity to talk to people, hand them out the rules, remind the rules again. And I think it's time well spent because it reiterates what our rules are. And Chief, if you want to add to that, I think it's a period of time where we talk to our residents about how important it is to drive safely and that golf carts may look small, but they can also be dangerous as well.
Great, great.
I am in agreement with the manager's comments on that. I understand it may be an inconvenience for some of our residents to come by, but it allows them to put a face to the name. And it is a vivid reminder of the issues that we are dealing with commonly, and one of the major complaints that I get on a daily basis.
Yeah, you know, and we got to stop using this, sorry to get, inconvenience. You know, what do you mean an inconvenience? We're giving you a privilege to drive this thing. It is not an inconvenience. It is a duty that you have. This is a two-way street. And I think that it's compelling that they have looked at a professional. Our chief law enforcement officer is saying this is what he needs. And I'm not into micromanaging, and I don't believe, I think it's the right thing. I'll talk a little bit later when we talk about my experience I had with the kite surfers. And let me tell you, it's making a difference already. People, it's my overall theme since I got here. We got to get people on their lanes. The laws are the laws, and you apply it. And this is another part of it. I am 100% for it. I don't need to have any other amendments. Okay. And it's not an inconvenience. And we can always change it, Mayor. Once things are more normal, we can be flexible. It's when you start trying to discipline almost like kids, and at the same time giving an out, you know, and giving the culture that we're trying to reverse here, it would send the wrong signal. It's like,
call them.
It's got to be.
Call the question.
Call the question.
Councilmember London.
No.
Councilmember McCormick.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Moss.
He's eating key lime pie.
Mayor Davey.
Yes.
Councilmember Kaplan.
Yes.
Councilmember Laredo.
Yes.
The ordinance is approved on first reading. The next item is an ordinance of the Village of Key Biscayne, Florida, amending ordinance number 2021-07, which adopted the budget for fiscal year 2021-2022 by revising the 2021-2022 fiscal year budget, providing for implementation, and providing for an effective date.
Moved.
Second.
Thank you.
Do we need a presentation if we're going to approve it? I'm just trying to.
All right, let me open for public comments. This is an ordinance. This is the first reading as well, so it will be coming back to us on April 12th, assuming it passes this time. Anybody here to speak on this ordinance? Okay, I'm going to close public comments.
I move for.
It's already been moved and seconded. Anybody have any comments, questions? All right, let's call the question.
Councilmember McCormick.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Moss.
Yes.
Mayor Davey.
Yes.
Councilmember Coppin.
Yes.
Councilmember Laredo.
Yes.
Councilmember London.
Yes.
Thank you. The ordinance is approved on first reading. The next item is an ordinance of the Village of Key Biscayne, Florida, creating section 2-105 campaign finance reports of Chapter 2 of the Village Code of Ordinances to establish campaign finance report filing requirements, providing for severability, providing for codification, providing for conflicts, and providing for an effective date.
Moved. Second.
I'm sorry, who moved it?
Me.
It was me, but I'll give it to him.
Perfect.
Who seconded? I'm sorry.
Kaplan.
Thank you.
If it's ever a tie, it's never Mike, okay?
Actually, if they tie, you can just give it to me.
There you go. I like that.
All right. Opening it for public comments. Anybody here to speak on this ordinance? All right, again, first reading, second reading will be on April 12th. I'm going to close public comments. Any comments on this one? Any questions?
Yeah, I'd like just to make one comment. I think this is a great ordinance. I think it brings somebody who's running campaigns, it makes it much easier for us to submit this, but at the same time, it makes it much more transparent for people to access it. So I think anything that we can do that improves access for the public and helps candidates and other members be able to submit is great. And we should find, if there is anything else out there, that bring it to us, and I think that you'll have a favorable response for it.
And
so thank you for bringing that.
And it lessens the burden on the clerk.
And reduces the burden on the clerk, yeah.
But let me also say, look, finance, I had my mistakes with my campaign finance reports. They're tricky for candidates, even people who've been doing it for a while. So what I would like to see us do is, at some point, I don't know if in May or in June or July, but have some sort of workshop for people who are thinking about running for office so that they understand. We bring somebody in who can educate them about this.
Yeah, that'd be great.
Because I think it's important. You know, you can get caught up and make a mistake and it can cost you, let's say, theoretically, $1,500.
Yeah.
And,
Theoretically?
theoretically. So I think it's important so that people, look, we want people to run for the office, right? We want people to be up here serving their community, and we want to make it as easy, I'll say, as less non-stressful, is that the way to put it, as we can. And so I think educating them on the finances is an important component in that. So that's what I'd like to see us do at some point. It's down the road, but I just wanted to bring that up tonight. So,
You know, the law firm historically has done that, but you're
Right.
already elected, so it doesn't serve the purpose for,
that's my
especially a
point. I'd like to
novice
give it to
candidate.
people who are coming up, who are thinking about running, so they can understand and have an idea and have, a resource somewhere. They'll know where to go and look stuff up.
That's right.
Because some of it's tricky. You appoint a treasurer, but not a deputy treasurer, and you don't appoint yourself as one of them, and then you sign a check, you get in some trouble.
That's
So that's what I'd like to see. $300 worth of trouble.
And I
Going
think that
back-
this is also, I think you'll come back to us later on, because also there's a pattern of, or an effort to be more efficient with our tax, about what I consider an abuse from all sides on public records thing. It's just, I mean, I
We're going to
only,
need to talk about that. I
we
think,
have to
with the
figure out a
budget
way
season.
to either make it both transparent and not time burden, because, for example, I'm not going to use the example today, we got something at 5 o'clock, but she has 20 things to do, and then, we're the priority. And they are using and abusing, time, and, they have legitimate rights to the information, but we have to
They're
figure
trying
out a way
find
to do
money
it more
wasted, so
efficiently.
they're wasting.
Than just always reacting, and we have to stop. Anyway, that's my little,
All right.
I know you're looking at something, hopefully there's some technology that can help you, I hope.
All right. So any other questions, concerns, or let's call the question.
Vice Mayor Moss,
Yes.
Mayor Davy,
Yep.
Councilmember Kaplan,
Yes.
Councilmember Laredo,
Yes.
Councilmember London,
Yes.
Councilmember McCormick.
Yes.
The ordinance is approved on first reading.
Ed, I'm getting seasick watching you because the boat keeps moving.
The
And he's eating away.
The next item is a resolution of the Village Council of the Village of Key Biscayne, Florida, authorizing the village manager to engage planning and design professionals from the village's continuing professional services providers list to develop a concept plan for the Rickenbacker Causeway, including the Bear Cut Bridge, in an amount not to exceed $175,000 and providing for an effective date.
Moved.
I'm
Second.
sorry, who moved it?
I moved it.
And who
I think we have to
seconded?
give that to Allison.
Kaplan.
Thank you.
I'm going to
All
be
right.
louder.
Hold on. I'm going to, this, I don't have to. Councilmember London.
I have two things. One, I think before we go hire somebody from the village, whether it be the manager or someone else, should be approaching the Z firm, which is probably going to be the successful bidder where it happens on the contract, and see what they plan on and see how amenable they are to anything we want to do or to achieve our goals, whatever they may be. Number two, if once we do that, we go ahead and we have a national search, not limited to the providers we already accepted. I think that consists of one who was doing our roads, another one who was doing our storm sewer, and I'm not sure who the third company is. But since this is so important, we're going to spend a lot of money, why don't we try and get a national search and get somebody of national prominence who's done this kind of thing before? Those are my 2 points.
Okay. Manager, would you like to respond to that? I agree with you reaching out to Plan Z. I think that's a great idea, to see what they've got to say. But I think,
Yeah, and I do appreciate that. I did actually talk to them last week. It was a very brief conversation, but I would be happy to follow up and to bring that into much more in-depth conversation. as
and
well.
then the national search?
The national search, we have gone back and forth, Jeremy and I, and I think there's two things that we are kind of debating, whether, and I agree with the council member that, we want the best of the best to lead us through this. But at the same time is of essence. They are moving forward. The county is moving forward with the Bear Cut Bridge project. and their report that they owe back to the commission. Commissioner Regalado has been kind enough to ask the Director of Public Works to present to us on April 12th that report prior to him having to turn that into the county. So that'll be our opportunity to hear basically what that report consists of. So I'd like to stay synchronized with their report, but truly understand that, you know, a national firm with, you know, notoriety would be valuable. So that's the struggle that we're facing right now. And so perhaps we have that conversation at this moment.
Well, I think I'd like you to, I mean, I think I'm in, so shockingly, I'm in agreement with Ed on both points. You know, I think finding somebody, let's find the biggest hitter on this. Let's find somebody who can maybe think outside the box and bring us some ideas, you know, and really conceptualize this for us. I mean, that would be my approach, is to make this national if we can. I understand you want to keep in sync with them, but at the same time, we want to make sure that we have the bang for the buck, as it were, for what we would like to see on that causeway. So that would be my point. Councilmember Kaplan and then Councilmember Laredo. Sorry, he raised his hand first.
You know, devil's advocate is, if we're a day late, we are potentially blunted in our influence. The firms that are in our cadre of pre-selected firms, I think, include highly credible, nationally known actors. So that's a devil's advocate, maybe way to untangle the knot. But I think timeliness is rather important here.
Well, you just answered a great question to me. Sorry he didn't, but there is national firms in there. Yeah, I agree with Ed London on both points. But the issue that he said about delay, you just addressed it. Thank you because if you were looking, and he said that he had been talking to him, and by the way, it has nothing to do with notoriety. It has to do with efficiency. I think London is looking for efficiency, and you know how I feel about consultants, so I'm not going to get into that. I mean, I'm not going to ask you where did you come up with a number, because I have a lot of respect and will delegate, you know, to you. But this is a vote that I'm not too happy about, but you know, I think his point is, let's move forward and let's don't allow other people's agenda, you know, drive possibly a wasteful use of taxpayers' money. We've been using a lot of consultants lately, so you figure out a way to. And I'm going to vote for this, and you know how painful this is for me, and I'm voting for it because I trust your judgment. Okay, Mr. Manager.
Vice Mayor.
No, I have the same concerns about time, that we need to move forward quickly. This is a conceptual sketch, a conceptual idea that we can take to the county and say, this is what we were talking about, this is what our priorities are, and this is what we would like to see. I feel that we're almost there where we know what we want. You know, I don't know if going out and spending months looking for a firm to come back just for us to tell them what we want, for them to put it into visualization in order for us to convey the idea in visual, which is much stronger than just talking. I think we have firms that can do it. I think I looked at the timeline that you have, and I think it's great to move this as fast as possible. If we were going through an exercise to, you know, spend whatever and let's build something completely different and think out of the box, maybe yes, but I feel that we already passed that. We kind of know what we want. I know that we still have some meetings put together to formalize that, and I know that this council still has to make these decisions, which I believe is part of this process, but I'm okay with moving forward on your recommendation in a timely manner.
And by the way, bring you, because I didn't want to get into it, but
right after Councilmember Laredo.
To your point, because it drives efficiency and maybe lower the cost. A lot of this stuff has already been done in the public hearings we had. A lot of this stuff has already been done by the Vision Board. Yep. So let's don't reinvent the wheel. In fact, there's an element in here about outreach and all of that kind of stuff. We are outreach to death. We have so much outreach that we need to act. So to your point, I was going to stay out of it because you know how I feel about Thunder, but I think very sound comments of you, you know, delegate the authority to him, but a lot of this work has already been done by the consultant that you have on the Vision Board, by the public hearing that you led. And let's just don't reinvent the wheel and, and we don't need any more outreach. Really, we don't. And that's a cost element in your proposal.
All right. Councilmember London?
Mike?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. Who are the people on this list that you have, Steve, that you're considering?
We have a large list right now. We're still debating them. I'm not ready to make a decision on any of them at this point. But I do think we have qualified.
No, he's asking the pre-approved.
How many are pre-approved?
We've got close to 20 firms, but I would say of those who could do this, I would say there are 4 or 5 that could do this, either as an individual firm or as a partner with another one of the firms. In other words, we would ask them to team up.
Again, we're talking up to $175,000, and we as a council have no idea who the firms are, what their qualifications are. But we do know this is, like you say, the most important thing to the village of Key Biscayne. So all of a sudden, the most important thing, we're just going to use the existing people that we have qualified, rather than go out and try to get the best. I agree, it might take a little bit longer, but you know also these things that the county is going to do will drag on forever. So I don't think we're going to miss any deadlines.
Councilmember McCormick?
No, I have nothing new to add.
Okay.
Pass this with the understanding that the manager, I don't want to condition this, conditionality in the resolution, but clearly you get the sense of the policymakers as you move forward. Do you acknowledge, for the record?
What condition would you like to?
No, I said I do not want to set up any condition.
Okay. Yeah. Okay.
The only condition is that you had heard our policy
Take our
directions to you.
concerns into, take Ed's concerns into.
No, and I think this conversation is valid, which is why I wanted to have it.
Yes,
with
it's
all
great.
of you. Is I believe we do have firms that can do it. The second part is, will they do it? Right. So we have to approach them, and some may want to take this on, some may not want to take them on. So that's I didn't want to put firms out there because I didn't want to have a conversation with firms before tonight.
But we do know there are qualifications. That's why they're on our list.
Yeah,
and
we've
there are
already
firms who can do
qualified.
this, and I would say there's about 4 or 5. That there's a possibility we might be able to put a couple of them together, which would create a team that would be more of a conceptual firm, and then also more of an engineering firm, getting both capabilities to put, I think, what we're looking for, which is that picture that tells the story, but also the engineering underpinning to make sure that it's a reasonable approach.
Well, but do you acknowledge the hearing our comments, and as you move forward,
but very clearly, yes, sir.
and with that in mind, I'd like to move it. So
Oh, it's already been moved and seconded. We're having the vote.
I just wanted to say
Wait,
one.
hold on. Vice Mayor and, wait, hold on. Ed, Vice Mayor, and then Ed London.
Yeah, so I understand what Ed is saying. And, I think if we were putting together a proposal to go bid or something like that, something very major, I think that I would say, yes, let's go out and find it, because you're talking about financing and all kinds of stuff. But what we're doing is just putting together our ideas into an image that is feasible from an engineering standpoint, in order to use that to convey our ideas to the county. So with that, I spoke to you and you conveyed to me that we have very good firms to choose from that can, put that image together for us. Now, if we were going to a much larger project, like putting an actual proposal together and a huge team, I completely agree with what Councilmember London. Let's go out and find these people that do it. But this is a conceptual sketch that they're putting together for us that's feasible. It's not up in the air, right? It's like you said, it's grounded, it's pinned down by engineers, but it's also sketched out by artists to convey our idea. I don't know if we need to spend the time to go look for firms to do that part for us. We can start with that now, and then if we want to do something else later, that's another story. But I think that was what we're looking at, and that's why I stand there.
Councilmember London?
Thank you. Basically, you said we have qualified firms. We never qualified firms on the ability to design a causeway, to design a major project like this. We just talked about with State Streets for school, storm sewers, all the kinds of things. But when you talk about qualified firms, we never looked at qualifications for any of our bidders to do any of this. So say we have qualified firms, you're making the assumption, Steve, that the people we have could also rise to the occasion, which is bigger than anything we've ever done. Number two, what Brett is saying, this is a big deal. How much are we going to spend on this? We're authorizing $175,000. If it's just a sketch, should we limit that, what we're going to spend, or have Steve come back to us so we can vote on it before we spend $175,000 for a sketch?
Well, I don't think it is just a sketch, right? I mean, Brett was saying that essentially, like, more Brett spoke, all I could think of is like that we need a police sketch. We know the details. We need someone to make it look like the person right? So we need someone to take our ideas of what we want and make them look beautiful. But part of my understanding is twofold to address the things that you just said, Ed. One, that while I agree with you, we did not qualify these firms with the expressed intent of having them draw this sketch or do the engineering backup that we need, which I think is also in that $175,000 number. But once qualified, Steve's had the opportunity to work with many of them. He knows what they can do, and he can look and see at this point, do I think these people are up to this task? He's not just shooting in the dark.
No.
No, and I think I want to go back to Vice Mayor's point. Because I hate to go down the road to say, let's cut it down to 120. That's why I say conditionality. I didn't want to, because what I just said earlier. But I think you need to understand that there's a fairly good consensus that that's kind of the ceiling, and we look for you to
reduce it as much.
Because there's a lot of stuff I read, I wasn't going to talk, that we already done. I mean, very effective, the vision board of the hearing. And so, you know, consultants are, you know, they're consultants, and they'll complicate the problem, you know, so that's why I'm not going to go to suggest lowering the number. I'm going to go to trust you, but the strong feeling, not just Ed, but from all of us, that make sure that this is not, and this is the beginning of the dialogue.
Correct.
And
but we
may
need
have to
this.
cross
Right.
the bridge later of bigger number, but this is not the time.
That's right.
Okay, thank
All
you.
right, let's call the question.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
Opposed, Councilmember London? Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Next.
Motion passes. The next item is a capital project authorizing resolution of the Village Council of the Village of Key Biscayne, Florida, approving the purchase of lighting poles from Musco Sports Lighting LLC in an amount not to exceed $249,900 for the St. Agnes Lighting Retrofit Project, providing for authorization, providing for implementation, and providing for an effective date.
Moved.
Second.
Thank you.
Mr. Manager?
Todd?
Do we need to hear from you, or we read the stuff?
I had a question, but just a small one.
Go for it.
Go ahead.
Excuse me. So this is before you, so we can have this done, so we can conduct the work over the summer, and when we return, have the functioning field lights for our youth athletics program.
Okay.
We need to do it.
I guess, yeah, it says 249,900, and then I saw 240 for this fiscal year, and then the balance of 9,000, that would be the balance of 9,900.
Yes, sir.
Just want to confirm, want to know where that $900 is.
Gotcha.
So
Yeah, this was included in our
I figured, I just wanted to make
CIP
sure.
plan when we went through the budget process.
Okay.
Ready to call the question?
Anybody, questions, comments?
Yeah,
Go ahead.
Do we have a 1-year lease with the field?
We have 2 years remaining on the lease, but as you can see in the document before you, it says this is all contingent on us
Right,
getting a
getting the
10-year
renewal.
extension of that agreement.
10-year lease.
I don't think the Archdiocese provides, for I understand, more than a 5-year term for anything. So my question is this: will the lights remain our property?
Yes.
So in the event, let's say for argument's sake, I think just to be written carefully, Chad, that in event that for any reason, hopefully it doesn't happen, but if they don't longer grant us this and we want to get a field somewhere else, we can take the lights with us.
Agreed.
Any objection to that?
No?
No.
I think it's a good idea.
I think we'll need to make that very clear.
Yeah.
The other thing is, if the Archdiocese is only up to 5 years, then maybe we should clarify the resolution, because now it says subject to a 10-year extension.
Well, I've been told when as far as they're talking about us getting involved with the gym, and we're talking about a long-term lease, and they made it very clear to me that they cannot commit, not local church would love to commit, but the Archdiocese doesn't commit more than a 5-year commitment.
Do we had a previous with 10 years?
If you could speak on that.
Can you speak to that, Ted?
I would have to look at the previous terms. I can't recall off the top of my head.
Okay.
Do you want us to hold on this and bring it back? Because you're
Well,
not
we
going to be
kinda
doing
gotta get
anything.
going. No, we got to get going now so that we can have it ready.
Yeah, but you have to have an agreement first because it's all contingent on the
Yeah, but
agreement.
we can start.
But what if you don't get the agreement? What are you going to start?
We can start designing the project. Musco can start designing.
But why would you design it if we don't have an agreement in place yet?
When we have an agreement in place right now.
Yeah, but only for
Why
2
don't we
years.
do this? Would everyone feel comfortable if it was subject to a 5-year? Does the village council believe that that's enough time to amortize out the cost of the lights, I guess?
No, subject to not less than 5 years.
Not less than 5 years, and the lights are the village's
I'll
property.
I'll second the motion to not less than 5 years.
I'm sorry, who made the
Cap-
motion?
Cap-
And they remain our property.
Councilmember
Yes, and they
Kaplan?
remain our property, yes.
Or Councilmember London made the
Councilmember London made that they remain our property. Councilmember Kaplan just made the motion not less than 5 years. And they were, yeah,
But with the goal that it be 10 years.
correct.
If he's
Well, yeah, no.
Okay?
Or more.
It's a great amendment. Great amendment.
Okay. All those in favor of the two amendments?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay. All those in favor of the resolution?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
Perfect.
Motion as amended.
8 o'clock?
And we have a 10 minutes.
The next,
Right on time.
would you like to move to the manager report?
We
or
have to, it's 8
hold it?
o'clock.
Okay, the next item is reports and recommendations, village manager, manager's report.
Well timed. 8:03 as we speak. So
That's how we roll.
We have the COVID report in here. If you have any questions, we're standing by, but otherwise the numbers are there. If you'd like to move on to the next item.
Please.
Eric is here, but if you have any questions, you can ask him, but otherwise, I think it's pretty clear. Good news, obviously, we're moving forward. COVID numbers are down significantly. We still provide testing as well as vaccines, and we'll continue to do so.
Keep going.
Adopt the circle.
Next item, adopt the circle. And Olga.
Good evening. Hi. So, we have efforts to create a program for an Adopt a Circle program, essentially creating that would allow a group or individuals to improve the village's traffic circles, either by performing litter removal themselves or paying a fee in lieu. And this fee in lieu of performing the litter removal would be used towards fixing any broken or cracked curbs along the traffic circles, or for any necessary landscaping as a form of recognition. We can include a chosen traffic circle that may be named after the group or individual or individuals. At this time, the details are being worked out, and we hope to have this presented at the May Council meeting.
Yeah, and the key here is the recognition. You better be subtle. You better be
right.
You don't want one of those big signs.
Exactly.
Neon,
You
big
know,
neon sign
you know,
logo on
you
it?
know where I'm coming from. Anyway.
Yeah, we'd want, I definitely want to see that before
Yes.
we approve it. But yeah, okay, great.
Don't take this as a negative.
I'll think
But
it's
why isn't this part of our regular maintenance?
Maybe
A regular
this
what?
is a better question
Regular maintenance
for Public
circles.
Works.
It is. I think what we're trying to do is create a sense of ownership.
Yes.
Through this program, is actually offering our residents an opportunity to be a part of our village. Otherwise, we do maintain them. but this gives them an opportunity to be a part of it.
I understand,
I mean,
again, not a negative. The difference between engagement and coupled with naming some kind of an honorific and shifting cost for a basic function is what causes me to just ask the question.
Where else is this done? Is it done in many
City of
places?
Miami does something
So
very similar.
what happens if somebody volunteers, they start doing it, and then they just stop doing it, and they have their name on it, and
We'll have to
it's
take it
kind
back. I mean, obviously.
You just take it back?
Yeah, we
Okay.
just take it back if they don't
All
maintain it properly.
That's going to be interesting.
So there'll need to be, there'll need to be guidance in this
Right, I
program.
mean-
There'll have to be rules, and that's something that we're working on.
Great, bring it back in May.
Yeah, it would be part of an agreement essentially. So the terms and conditions would be on there, and it would be a coordination between the department and the individual or group that chooses to be part of the.
No, if it's coming back, let's bring it back. Let's not, I mean,
Mr. Kaplan's point is one that I brought up a long time ago. We do have a new manager, but we have had not great maintenance, okay? That's just a true statement, objectively speaking, of that and other assets that we have in this community. So I don't know where he's coming from, but I'm sure he feels the same frustration. It does not relieve us of the primary, but it's a good, it has a nice little touch to it, and we can always back out of it. And the key, Councilman, is the sign. It could be a nice link on the bottom, or some other places that you wouldn't want to see.
No statuary.
all right.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Olga.
Citizens cannot speak.
Not right now, no. This is the manager's report. We're going to have public comments subsequent to this.
Just a quick update on Sargassum is we're continuing to move forward. I think we've been at this point lucky. The Sargassum season has yet to come in full, so we continue to move Sargassum off the beach at a relatively good pace. Still working with District 7 to find a solution for composting. Still struggling to find that solution. If you don't have any questions, we'll move on. If you do, I can bring Roland up to discuss the topic more.
No, but I'll use this opportunity to give you some good news about the beach. Of course, I had another incident on Sunday with the kite surfers. 2 or 3, we had a probably exceptional wind. And so I went out and was able to get into, it turned out to be a conversation rather than that. And here's the good news. The good kite surfers, particularly Key Biscayne residents, I'm not going to mention the name of the gentleman that I spoke to, who was very smart, they really have changed. Our pounding on you taking responsibility is a mutual thing. We cannot have full-time. They really are being very proactive. They told me, first, Todd's fellow from the department was there, a young fellow passing out the rules again. He has limited jurisdiction, is very well disciplined. You should be, he knows that he has no police power. He has a number for the police department so that if it gets a little bit out of hand, he knows where to back up. 2, these people who are citizens and who have families and wives who don't like them to be too engaged in this kind of thing, the general rule is about 60% to 70% of the people, they tell them, you follow these very simple rules, are very nice. They come back and they say, I understand, thank you for bringing me. And of course, we have the 30 to 40% of what I call jerks. And they get a little aggressive. And so those people, this individual, another professional who also happen to know what they're doing, said, and we feel very good that we have the police comes every once in a while, and the sheriff is in town. So it's a beautiful story. I wanted to start a fight because again, 2 people, the 2 or 3 clerk, but it's really catching on. The idea of self-regulation with the support of the police, with the support of it's a beautiful story that I know I've been hard on some of you guys, but really it's paying off. They really have taken it onto themselves to protect, what they can, it's a very serious sport. And they're, in other words, bottom line is between the Samami, the 3 people who are involved, they're very happy with you. Obviously, everybody has, different emphasis, but the overall direction is very positive.
Great.
It's a attitude change is what I'm trying to say. And now we just need to perfect it. And we may have to deal the police chief, if he needs more resources. At the end of the day, with all the studies and all this stuff, and I know Rickenbacker is important, but one of the great assets that dictate our desirability and hence high prices is the beach. And we really got to protect the beach. And where we are completely lacking, but we won't discuss it tonight, is on the dogs, okay? People are still, maybe, I don't know what the solution is, but to put better signs, et cetera. And I have to tell you that not the mayor's dog.
My dog has not been on the beach.
But in the middle of this conversation, two people, walk with dogs and so. But I mean, my point to you all, colleagues, is that our policy,
it's working.
You can actually see it, so it's nice to share with you good vibes.
I appreciate it.
And thank you all who are doing it. You know who you are if you're watching. Appreciate you helping us help you. Thank you.
All right. Next.
Councilmember, I want to just reiterate you're saying I always want to take the opportunity to thank our beach rangers of the park department and our police officers for doing the right job.
Thank you, guys.
We talk to the directors and the police chief of doing the good job, but it's really our employees that are doing this every single day.
Thank you.
All right. Next
up, solid waste. Jake.
Can I pull this out of order? I probably should have done this at the beginning, but I have a discussion item. Can I just merge it with this so we have one less thing to do when we get to discussion items?
Just have the discussion.
All right, I'll let Jake start, and then I'll get into my
I think it ties into this.
Yeah, it just ties directly into it.
So come on, guys.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. As per the council direction last year, we sent out a survey to our residents and solicited feedback on solid waste service and their satisfaction. December 15, we sent an online survey, and early 22, we sent a mail out to the users, and in total, we received about 108 responses. And I'll read the following, our findings from those responses. The survey results show that 61% of residents out of 108 preferred curbside service, while 39% indicated that they prefer side yard service. And the survey also showed that 66% of the residents are aware the contract includes option for both side yard and curbside pickup. And also the results also indicate that 51% of the users are satisfied with contractors' timeliness, return of bins, cleanliness, and customer service. So. And I have the breakdown on the manager's report. So we tried to get more responses, about 108, but we got roughly about 7 to 8% of total users for solid waste.
All right, it's disappointing that most feel that it's not meeting their expectations, but it is what it is.
Well,
it's go ahead.
Yeah, I thank you for the effort of putting the survey out there, but I'm always worried about surveys. There's something that the way things are asked, depending on the answers that come back, are very important. So I think that we have to take that with a grain of salt of what we got back, right? Because maybe people prefer curbside because it's not working, and it's hard to differentiate exactly the results. I had this item to bring up, and it was called garbage can issues, residents' responsibilities, contractors' responsibilities. And there's two things that I see. So I'm going to start with the residents' responsibilities. One thing that is noticeable, and it continues to happen, and it has been an issue ongoing, is that we have garbage cans that are not screened. People are leaving them unscreened in the front of the properties. And what I think that we should do is direct the manager to put out a campaign that's a positive campaign over the next few months to help people understand that there is a violation and help them in ways of how to rectify that. Because I think that it should be done. We should not have garbage cans exposed in many places that you'll see driving around on the key. And I'm sure people don't know the ordinance. And if they do, it may not be clear. So I think we should have that assistance to them of what is allowed, what's not allowed, answer their questions, and proactively try to help that. Now, After so much time passes, if people continue not wanting to do it or not interested in it, that's then another level of code enforcement that we would do. But I think that starting this way is the right way. When it comes to the contractor's responsibilities, the surveys are fine, but if you drive behind a truck in the morning at 7 in the morning and just watch what happens, you don't need a survey. You can see that they are not doing the curbside. They're not fully doing the side yard commitments that we have contracted for them. Many people may not know this, but we're paying 47% above the price for curbside for the side yard service. Right. Over 5 years, that's about, I had my numbers with me, I don't have it, but I think it was about $1.3 million that we'll spend over 5 years to have that, just that side yard service as a village. What I'm seeing is that we're getting half the service. And I think we had the same exact problem with waste management. And that was one of our big issues when our previous manager brought us the contract. And I was vocal, and I know many other people were vocal, that if we're going to add the side yard pickup and the service, that, and actually I think I mentioned that I wanted to have things in the contract that we can get money back or whatever it is to rectify not getting the service. But at that time, the manager says, no, we are going to hold them accountable. We're going to be on top of them. And when they don't do it, they're going to know they're not going to do it. And we have certain things that, we can do. That being said, I have seen that most likely operationally, it may just not be an easy thing for the garbage process to be able to put the cans back. It just might not, for them to, maybe they have a certain time limit. I don't know what their operation is, but they might have certain time limits. They need to move quickly. What I've noticed is that they have one guy in the front pulling cans out. They have a truck come by with another guy, puts it in, and they just keep moving, which is great. It's efficient for them, right? But the cans are not going back. So the cans sit out on the street for 2-3 days, and then finally somebody pulls them back. So if we're going to pay for the service, we should get the service, right? Full. It's fair. If they're going to do half the service, we should pay for half the service. So what I was thinking is for us to talk to our manager to see if we can renegotiate that fee for half the price. And their responsibility is to bring the garbage can out, dump it, put it on the curb, and it's the resident's responsibility to put it back, but we'll pay half that service so that we will take that back. And that will, over 5 years.
Sorry, what do you mean we will take it?
Each resident will have the responsibility to bring their can from the street back. That would save us
$250,000
almost,
a year.
no, about six, well, yeah. But over a 5-year period, which our contract is a 3-year contract, we're going into the second. We're finishing the second. We're going into the third. We're halfway through the second. But just so you understand, a 5-year period, that's over almost $700,000. It's like $656,000 difference. Still getting the same service that we're getting today, more or less. Maybe they sometimes put them back, but most of the time they're not. So we're pretty much getting the same thing, but we're saving money there, which I think is fair. I talked to Benjamin about it, and I think it's good to have these talks now because this goes on to our property tax. And this needs to be decided before we get into this, because if this gets back onto our property tax, you got another year paid, right? So this is going through each year. And I think that what I would like to make, if we want to make it into a motion, we can, and I would make the motion that we would direct our manager to renegotiate this contract, to have side yard pickup with half the price, and their responsibility is pulling the cans out, but leaving the cans on the curb. Our responsibility is to bring it back. And I think that would work.
That's fair.
It's funny, the linkage between the 2 points is, the better service would be to take the can back.
Yeah.
Because most people don't.
But not really, because think about this. If you forget to take your garbage out, you're like, oh man, I forgot it. They took it. So at least you're like, oh, somebody took it. If you forgot, then you have to wait a couple more days and you're filling up more garbage in your can. I would actually rather have that, hey, I forgot, but I'm glad they took it out. And they do that. They do that fine. It's just getting it back, which is half the battle. And it's happened with many contractors. So I think it's just something that doesn't work. So we should make that fair.
Was there a second for the motion?
Yes, Councilmember Laredo.
It doesn't work really. And I'm thinking that possibly the reason that people don't use side yard is because it's so variable. They'll sometimes pick up and they sometimes won't, and you become accustomed to not relying on it. Which causes me to invite maybe our strategic consideration of the question that we looked at a year or two or whatever it was ago and decided to opt for side yard service. Maybe that's the wrong decision. Maybe we just kill it. It's no big deal.
We've got we've got a year and a half left on the contract. If you can negotiate this, let's see what we can do.
But I'd reopen the question. This is not popular, judging by the survey results.
Yeah, but be careful of the survey results. I
agree with this.
Special trained people to really write questions to get the right answers.
I understand.
And there's some stuff that's ambiguous in those questions that people may not be answering what they think they're answering.
So can we have a vote on this?
But the observation is that people don't use the service.
May I add, Mr.
Yeah,
Mayor?
Mr. Manager.
I mean, I think a pretty straightforward question. I do agree with the Vice Mayor that, surveys are very hard to write and you get sometimes wrong answers. But I think the very direct question is, do you use this service? I think is a pretty simple question. And we have 40% of our population using it. I want to make sure that the first question, right, do you currently use side yard or curbside? It says 40% are using side yard. So I want to be careful not taking that service away. It might be an individual who leaves early in the morning, does not come back until late at night. We do have an ordinance that people can't leave their garbage out after a certain period of time.
Right.
So I think let me do a negotiation with them. Let's hold these people accountable.
Right.
I'll come back in April. If we can't get to an agreement by enforcing this contract, I'll let you know. And at that point,
fine.
I think we make a decision.
And that is the motion. That's what we're at.
Yeah, because I do believe if there's 40% of our population that's using it, that.
Again, I don't want to kill it. I'm fine with what they're doing now. Take it out, but leave it on the curb. I'll bring it back when I get home, and I'm fine with that. But why pay full price to get half?
No, I agree. We should pay for what they do.
Exactly. That's my concern.
But we also have some elderly population who may not want to or can bring it back. So
radical concept. Get what you pay for.
Right.
Pretty radical, isn't it?
All right, we'll have that conversation. But you've got I'll
come back.
In April, and we'll make a decision.
But just so you know, the point you're making is fine. But they're not returning it. So we're getting the same service that we're getting anyways. We're just paying for what we're getting.
I will say they return it randomly. They do return it. There are some that are returned, but not all.
My whole street 2 days ago, I watched them do the whole street. So I don't know. But yeah, it might be random streets. I don't know.
Sometimes
random crews.
Maybe where you guys live. Maybe that's the point. It's targeted. All right. Next item.
Is there a vote on this?
No, we're not voting on that one. We're going to withdraw.
Well, there was a motion and a second. Is that fine? Or?
The motion.
Oh, do you want it? Okay.
Yeah, it's a motion. It's a.
All right, we'll direct the manager to do what he said he's going to do.
Record,
renegotiate.
Perfect. Let's go.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
Perfect. All right, next item.
Next item is a youth program update from Todd.
Let me just take a minute to stand up.
Have some key lime pie.
No, and say thank you.
Wow.
Because, I've gotten calls from people. We don't get very nice calls.
I get some.
The beautiful, new, effective, and spinning bicycles.
I have to thank you.
I thought it was I thought it was the beard that got him up.
Nice calls.
I thought it was his beard you were bowing to. But anyway, all right, go. Hit it.
So you have the document before you. The long and short of it is the manager has put a task force together to first take a look at all the youth programs that are offered throughout the Key and put a database together. So if you were to move to Key Biscayne, you could find all the programs we do, the religious organizations, all the different institutions, pick and choose what's right for your child. And then once we have that data, we're going to do a gap analysis and try to look and see where we're missing so we can target our future youth programming to identify some areas that we're not strong in. Like, I think we all know that we're pretty strong in athletics, but I'm sure there's other areas where we could really focus on to reach some children that we haven't, so everybody's included in our programming, either ours or encourage one of our community partners to do so. So that's the goal, and that's what we're.
No, I think it's awesome. I think it's phenomenal.
And one of the ultimate goals after we put this together, because I think this is a lot of hard work, so I think it needs to be done by adults, but then we would then consider moving to a youth council, to where they kind of be the ones who direct this and keep us abreast of what's missing, what needs to be done, and providing feedback to
Great.
Great.
Terrific.
Next. Field allocation?
I think it's pretty straight in front of you if you wanted to go through it.
I'm fine.
Otherwise,
I get it.
I think the one issue I would like you to address at the end, Todd, about the
Online registration?
online registration.
Yes. So we had hoped to, but as it said, the person, we had an illness and everybody's fine now. But our plan is to do volleyball. So that's our next program. Registration will start on July 18th online, and we'll be able to assess doing more programs online.
Great.
Once we evaluate how that went.
That'll be phenomenal. Awesome.
Can you tell me about the women's field hockey that we've had some input and they're not happy with their allocation, et cetera?
Nobody's field allocations changed. Field hockey has obtained some new space at the K8 now that we have lights there. As you see in the document before you, while we've had a 30% increase in athletic program participation, we're experiencing a 60% increase in girls' participation in our athletics program.
Girls what?
Female participation.
Female
in sports.
participation. So, and that's the athletics board, one of their charges is they really want us to focus on that. Field hockey continues to grow. It was 150 approximately. Now, this year, they're up to 178 participants. So they are expanding, but as the memo before you states, the field space
has not expanded. So
everybody's kind of, they say in a compromise, if nobody's happy, then you're probably doing it right. And I can report to you that there's not an athletic program that's happy with their field allocation. And that's just where we are.
That's the struggle. That's where we are.
Let me ask you quickly, I'm trying to figure out, having a young play baseball, where are we going to play baseball?
We play baseball. Well, that's a great segue to opening day of baseball this Saturday.
Right, I know.
9 a.m. And everybody's welcome to come out. Billy DeMartin will be there. We play baseball and softball primarily at the K8 field, that being our only baseball field now. Well, we also play at St. Agnes, and depending on the size of our T-ball, the Village Green.
And the fence, the distance is it's the right for the kind of.
Yeah, for the kids, yes.
Yeah, for our youth programs, yeah.
All right, I couldn't figure out where it is.
What about utilizing the masked fields for
It
softball?
could be, if in worst case, if we
that was
needed
part
to.
of the deal, was that we as I remember it, didn't we put something there?
There's backstops.
There's backstops, and so we could,
dugouts.
Let's explore that, because we lost our baseball program. Our baseball program was pretty fun for a while.
Actually, I think I'll see where we end up, but I think we're better this year than we were last.
Great, and softball, I know the girls are coming out strong.
Looks like we're
so
gonna have
that's
2 softball teams.
Good.
So, and we have a new gentleman involved with the program that's helping us to schedule games with different schools and municipalities.
Great. Well, it's always been a great program, so let's try and rebuild. All right, thank you.
And to follow on what Todd was saying, to back up, trying to find the additional space, we did have an initial conversation with Presbyterian Church, just trying to get a good understanding of what might or might not work in that parking lot just to the west of St. Agnes.
Yeah, I don't know what you could get in there. Maybe, there's basketball courts there, but I don't think.
Actually, a pretty sizable field for youth. It has to be for young. But again, that's something we just started, and obviously we'd bring that back to council if we move further.
Okay, anything we can consider, let's consider. Okay. Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
Next item.
Next up is our seawall ordinance, and this is obviously quite technical and detailed.
How about the?
So we're just going to gloss over the technicalities and just tell us what you're doing.
Oh, I'm sorry. They said I said no updates on I missed that.
Yeah, no updates on Freebie
Let me
right
just
now.
tell you, all my colleagues.
Okay.
I've written it a couple of times, and I don't identify myself as the driver, and there are some issues addressing those who abuse the system, that they, people are, for example, parents or mothers are scheduling under their name, which turns out to be basically to pick people in school. Yeah, and we
You saying Freebie, Councilman?
yeah, I've talked to a couple of them, with how and they of course are very kind and very, very respectful of the great service, but some of us out there are not either misunderstanding what the service is about, or a little bit unintentionally, for now I'll say, abusing it. And it creates a problem, particularly with the excess. We should be prioritizing, obviously, seniors that can hardly sometimes not get across, and they're tied up. And at the end of the day, just be very, very blunt, you're picking people out of school, and that's not fair. And please understand out there that we're all in this together again. Let's just don't abuse the previous system.
Agreed. Hit it.
Seawall ordinance.
Very
Okay,
simple.
So working.
No acronyms, okay? Let's just go no acronyms.
Seawall ordinance. Working with Chad and with the manager, we are in the process of developing a draft seawall ordinance. What's motivating this is the fact that we are going to be upgrading the outfalls as part of the stormwater system redesign. That's going to require modifications to the outfalls, therefore reconstruction of the seawalls where the outfalls are discharging. Residents are also approaching building and zoning department and the building official asking for guidance as to what they need or should be doing with the seawalls. Some folks are already upping their seawalls as they're restoring them, which then prompts neighbors to then ask the question, what should we do? This is part and parcel of our shoreline protection efforts on the backside of the island. It's a bit challenging because all the seawalls are private, so we're going to have to seek, obviously, public input as to the language. We've been in the process of basically pooling all the language that we can from other municipalities like the city of Miami, Miami Beach, Fort Lauderdale, Broward County, to sort of see what direction they're heading in. And we are sort of converging on some common things. Chad wisely recommended that we do seek some technical basis for the requirements in the design criteria that we might include in the seawall ordinance. That's something that we can do in consultation with Moffitt and Nickel. They have a lot of experience in that, and something that I've already started talking to Tim Blankenship about. So that's kind of where we're at. There are some things that are going to need to be worked out in terms of triggers and timing for how quickly we put these types of requirements into effect, and what triggers a modification to a seawall or a need to change the seawall or up the seawall. We're also trying to include in it a living shoreline component, which gets a little tricky as well, because that's a conversation that also has to be had with Durham relative to encroachments on seabed and aquatic habitat. So these are all things that are at play right now, and it is a complicated ordinance. It would most likely be an article added to Chapter 30. I've been speaking with Jeremy and with Olga about that as well, and part of what Chad recommended is that we develop a draft language and then we go and seek input on that language from stakeholders and in the community that would be affected by the specifics of the ordinance.
Perfect. All right, let's keep it. When do you think you'll have it in front of us?
Work in progress. I'm hoping to have it done over the next couple of months, so sometime during the summer.
Right.
We want to have it in place basically in advance of what AECOM is going to be doing relative to the outfalls.
All right. Next item.
That's you. Evie.
Stay up here, Roland.
Yeah,
We're not going anywhere.
Okay, so a while back, you did direct us to go forward with a pilot on some EV charging on Fernwood. We've been collecting data on that. The usage data has been good to the point that Blink is interested in providing us with additional EV chargers at a couple other locations. We're working together with the manager on two other additional locations, one in public parking close to the beach park, because people go to the beach park for a few hours, and so that gives you enough time to actually benefit from a charge. And similarly, a couple spots on Harbor close to St. Agnes, and again, people go to a church for a while that makes it, a sufficient enough time to make it worth plugging in. Those 2 additional locations would also be outfitted with, excuse me, 5G capability. So we're trying to kind of establish some 5G coverage across the village. And it's a new opportunity through Blink, and where, given the usage data that we've seen, people are using it and are happy to have that access. And so in total, we would have 4 EV charging opportunities on Fernwood, 2 close to the beach park, and 2 on Harbor close to the Presbyterian Church.
And before you go, thank you as well. I didn't get a chance to call you on the work you're doing with the kite surfing, and that you're part of.
You're welcome.
Wonderful. I know it's
a work in progress. But
it is, and it's difficult, and
it's moving in the right direction.
It's moving in the right direction, I think. Thank you for that.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Yes, Ed, go ahead.
Roland, are these chargers going to be on your charge card operator? They're going to be free.
They're not charging us for the deployment of these chargers. We're just providing them.
For people who use electricity, are they going to pay for it?
Yes.
Or is it free?
No. People who plug in are paying for it.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Perfect. Oh, that's great. Let's keep going.
Okay.
One more. Oh no, you're done. You may go.
Rowan, there you go. However,
Mr.
next up
Manager,
is our,
before you go in there, Mr. Manager, can you reach out to, forgive me, go back to free, because it's one of the things that people are going to the people who are running it, to see if they have good lines of communications with their drivers. The guys in the gas stations that pump the gas are the ones who really know what's going on, because maybe there isn't. They should get some of the feedback from the drivers to make it better.
I agree. I talked to actually I'm friendly with a bunch of the drivers.
But they may not.
No, they're literally friend. Like one of them's like his wife's a nurse for my father, so it's. I mean,
but they tell their bosses their experience.
Well, that's the good question. I'll ask him actually.
That they can, because they feel like
because they get like to your point. There's been prank calls. People will call them and then not be there. It's it's okay. Stupid kids.
Anyway. We'll do that, and we'll talk to them. And of course, as we mentioned before, with our goal to increase.
Go. Is this a 20-minute?
Becomes even more important.
So. The other one who said the last one was 20 minutes. It's better than that.
As Pete loads this up, this is it's a long presentation. What I'll do is try to make it as enjoyable and quick as possible. But it is a very
quick is more important than enjoyable.
No, it needs to be enjoyable because it's a very important topic, because we're talking about our resilient infrastructure plan, and I want to make sure that the council is understanding what it comprises of and some of the decisions we have to make over the next couple months. One of the most important things I believe that we're trying to do here on the village. So Pete, put that up in the presentation mode. There we go. So I can actually see the writing. All right, good. Mr. Mayor, do you want me to wait or?
No, go.
Okay, so obviously we've been working very strong and hard with between Rowan, myself, Jake, and as well as Jeremy coming on board. The importance of looking at how we address the threats that are coming to Key Biscayne, whether it be sea level rise, changing environmental conditions, or the increasing storm surge. And so what we've done is we're beginning to put this program together. I'll walk you through it. Next slide. Here's our mission statement up front. Our commitment through action, through investment, and through engagement. We are here to protect the village in any way we can. Next slide. You know who we are, but obviously it's important. We only do this because of our residents. And it says it very clearly right there, 15,000 residents, 1,300 single-family homes, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Close to 7 million people visit Key Biscayne a year. So there's a reason why we do this. There's a reason why we protect this community. We love it, and we want to make sure we protect it in perpetuity. Next slide. Again, what is our vision? As we're beginning to look at the concept, haven't bought into it completely yet, but something like elevating our island paradise. We'll come back to you with the branding once we move forward. But again, what it is, it's all about being united. It's all about having a strong desire to protect our village, not just at the administration level, but also ensuring that our public, our residents, and our business owners are a part of that solution as well. Next slide. I mentioned them before, but you know, we're facing many risks. You can see our threats right there. I mentioned them before. They're not just environmental. Potentially they're insurance rates. We've seen what NFIP has done over the last year. They'll probably continue to do that. Unless we address our vulnerabilities, those insurance rates are going to go up. Obviously, when insurance rates go up, potentially investment goes down. Our vulnerabilities, when you look at in terms of infrastructure, very clearly laid out there. And that's what we want to address in terms of some of the areas across the village. But again, this all rolls down to economic viability. And if we don't do anything, we're going to continue to see appreciated property values, increased insurance, and even possibly a reduction in insurability. And I think that's important. And lastly, if we do kill the golden goose, which is our property values, we can hit that tipping point where investment goes down. So not only can we no longer invest in this infrastructure, we also cannot maintain it through an operations and maintenance process as well. Next slide. We do have a plan, something we've been putting together over the last 6 or so months. And what we've done is we've outlined it in 5 lines of operations, 5 lines of effort. Now, we've talked a lot about shoreline protection and the partnership with the Corps of Engineers when it comes to the Coastal Storm Risk Management program. But the second one is also stormwater systems upgrade. We've been discussing that with AECOM and how they're going to move forward in addressing our flooding across the village. We've talked many times about undergrounding our utilities, and we'll come forward with how we're going to address that, as well as our roadway improvements and also how we address our regulations, our zoning, and our plans. Next slide. This is where we drop into details. And I can obviously share this presentation with you all to make sure that you see this. But this is where each one of our lines of effort begins to show that it's just no longer a top-level conversation. Each one of these consists of 3 or 4 or possibly 5 different objectives we're trying to achieve when it comes to the line of effort. Next slide. Stormwater systems. Of course, we're pretty familiar with this. We heard AECOM present to us, I believe it was last month, if not last month, the month before, and some of the goals that we're trying to achieve. We also talked quite a bit about stormwater and how we address stormwater in a very attractive way as we use our streets as the conveyance of water and possibly turn them into more than just what they are today. And so that's also a second line of effort. Our third one is undergrounding utilities. We are in deep conversations with FPL and moving forward with that potential investment. The lagging part of undergrounding utilities is with the telecoms. And so those conversations have begun. But again, they will probably be behind FPL, and we'll bring those together as we move forward. As we do this, we have to make sure that our program is aligned with the Water and Sewer Department of Miami-Dade County. I have a mantra of dig once. The last thing we want to do is dig our streets 3, 4, 5 times. And so as we are doing our work on undergrounding, we want to make sure that Water and Sewer is doing their work at the same time. Part of that as well, and we'll come back to you with a more detailed plan next month, is upgrading our streetlights. We're looking at adding streetlights to East Eden for safety reasons after we had the incident just a couple months ago.
Good.
And then also converting our streetlights to LED, and then also transferring them to FPL so we can get out of the streetlight business and let them do what they do much better than we do. Roadway improvements, that's all about talking about elevations. What do we do with the swales? What do we do with possibly turning some of our streets into one-way streets? What's the role of curbs? What's the role of gutters? How do we use trees? All those sort of things on covering what we do with the undergrounding utilities. At the end, we actually create a village that has a complete street environment where we not only do what we need to do in terms of infrastructure, but we also have a better, more enjoyable lifestyle on our streets. The fifth line of effort, you can kind of call that the catch-all phrase, catch-all bucket, so to speak. You're on changes to code. There you go. There you go. That is any of those supporting activities that allow us to do the previous work, one of which is what Rowan just presented to you before, is a seawall ordinance. also talking about a native and resilient landscaping, as well as pervious materials or impervious materials, base flood elevation, all those sort of things that we have to set the conditions for as we move forward. All very important to set the rules so that we can follow, ensure we achieve our objectives. Next slide. You've seen this before, and we'll let this thing pan out. I think we presented this to you back in September. We've added a little bit more to it to make it a little more jazzy, a little more exciting. But the good news is if you go across the top, it gives you kind of a timeline of where we are with the Corps of Engineers. As we've mentioned, we have passed into the draft final plan, or excuse me, draft recommended plan, currently working with the Corps of Engineers for a second waiver, which would then put us into a back-based study, which would then join up the front study and the front recommendation to a backside recommendation, which would kind of address both the front side and the backside into a single solution. That's moving forward. We have the Corps of Engineers coming down to visit us on November 25th. Our goal is to have our waiver completed by the end of March. That's going to be a tight timeline, but we're committed to move there. If we don't do it that week, we'll have it done the week afterwards. We've begun conversations with the county on how we do the 50-50 federal-local split in terms of funding. How do we get the state involved? How do we get the county involved? And what would be the piece of the village in order to pay for that back-based study? What you see below is, again, kind of an outline of what I just presented to you. You saw those little purple lines go at first. They kind of ran pretty quickly. But what that is we've been going through for the last 2 months an evaluation of our professional firms on who we'd bring in to assist us to writing our program strategy, developing that integration and implementation plan, which is really the complex part of how do you put all of these 5 lines of operations together to actually do it effectively so that we don't crush this village, shut this village down, and enable our people to continue to enjoy their life. So we'll be coming back to you in April with a recommendation on who that firm would be. Skip over the next slide. Go 2 forward, please. One more. What's the end state? Obviously, it's a fully protected village, and I'll share this presentation with you so you can see this in more detail. Next slide. This is the bad news. If we don't do this, and of course I'll share this with you tomorrow, where I like to go is the good news, which is here. Next slide. It's green. Green is good, red bad. But as you can see, it's all about investing public dollars, creating a public benefit, and then we have an economic, environmental, social, and a health and safety benefit. So that's our goal. And in the end, we want to make sure, next slide, we live in a happy island paradise with our vision and our goal, working together to solve this infrastructure problem that is coming our way.
Perfect. Appreciate it. Keep going. I know you're working hard on it.
I watched it in there.
He was eating all the key lime pie. I'm guaranteeing there's no key lime pie left, but
So this has to be, I did that in fast speed.
I know. I appreciate you doing that. I appreciated it.
It's good that they set up a screen.
All right.
Yeah.
I had to pull out my New York talking.
Thank you, Pete.
So I'd like to just say that I enjoyed it.
Now he's lying to you.
Yeah, but you enjoy just the pictures.
Yeah.
That's why we put pictures in.
All right, next item.
Right.
But,
Not one
but
for
no,
words.
to be honest, because Mayor, I think this is a very, very important topic.
I agree. I think what you just put up, I would like to see that up on our website. I'd like people to be that. I honestly would have thought that would be a special presentation at the beginning of the meeting to make sure we capture residents on something like that. Because I think what you're doing, I think look, we have to inform, we have to let people know what we're doing and how much hard work everybody on staff is putting into this, because people got to know.
Are you saying residents don't make it this far into our meetings?
I barely make it this far. Yeah, I know they're not making it. So
well, if I can twist Roland's arm, perhaps we can do that at the next council meeting.
Okay.
So that we can present that.
I don't think so.
Sorry,
No.
hey, that wasn't my. I
wants
didn't
to.
realize.
But anyway, but what I do, because I do believe this is so important, number one, I will make sure I share these slides with you. And number two, offer the opportunity if you want to sit down and talk about this. Because this is a very comprehensive plan. This can be a very expensive plan, but it's something that we're all going to have to put our heart into. We're going to put our effort in, and we're going to have to row together in the right direction.
We want to live on the island, and yeah, I agree. All right, next item.
So the next slide is, I believe it was back in, I believe it was November, then Councilmember Laredo asked us about all the potential funding opportunities that were available at the state and federal level. I do have a presentation. You probably don't want to hear me
Another
talk
president,
anymore,
you're.
but it is in the packet. There is a.
And let me just add the point. Were you on the call with the mayor today?
I was, yes.
Okay.
I got a little bit late, but I caught.
No, but I
about
think
the last 20
that's an important thing that, in terms of these funding opportunities, her idea, and I 100% agree with it, is if we in the county, if all of the municipalities and the county are working together, we'll be able to identify good grant opportunities at the federal and the state level that we can all go after and pursue. So I think that's an important thing for us to be looking at as we go.
Yeah, without it. And I think the first one is how do we do the matching money for
Correct.
the Corps of Engineers project?
Absolutely.
That's where we need to put our heavy weight in right now. But the programs are beginning to trickle.
Yes.
If you recall, when ARPA was passed, it was passed last February, and then we began to see money in August. So it took that long.
Today, because I was on the White House call, is the first year anniversary.
Yep.
Of the signing of this law, and the little trickle will become a flood.
It will.
So
don't say flood. It'll become. Don't say flood.
It'll be
We don't want flood.
Coming.
Yeah.
But no, you're exactly right. But ARPA was one single law done by one agency. The IIJA, or the bill, whatever you want to call it, is multiple agencies that are going through multiple processes, much of which is going to actually be passed to states, either as revolving funds or in some case by formula. Right now, there is no indication that any of the money is going to be passed directly to municipalities. However, it will be readily available to municipalities depending on obviously the category of the type of grant or program.
I was going to go next week to Washington and do some meetings, but so that you know that it is so massive that you can actually shape their decisions. I mean, they have a mandate and they're winging it. I mean, in a good sense. I mean, and you'd be surprised that if you're present and suggesting, they say, hey, you may go. So that's why I've been pushing, get beer on their face, out of sight, out of mind, out of sight, out of mind.
Well, and you're exactly right, because a lot of the money I think that's going to be valuable to us is going to be passed to the state.
Yeah.
And a lot of it's going to end up going through programs like Resilient Florida. It's going to go through the state revolving fund, which we are already working with. We're already talking very clearly, and I think you're exactly right. If you begin to tell them the support that you need, they start to tailor those projects. And also probably Florida Department of Emergency Management as well. So I think those are probably the ones where we're going to see the money coming to us.
Right.
There are some EPA programs that might be available. We're not sure how they're going to present them, but we're watching those as well.
Great.
If you have any questions on that presentation, please don't hesitate to ask.
Again, I would put this up. Can we get these things on the website? Please. I think, look, the more information, when people start asking the questions, I'd like, and I'll be honest, I haven't been on the website in a couple of weeks, but I would like to see it more interactive and more user-friendly so that our residents can understand what you all are doing and how we're getting there.
Mr. Mayor, to your point earlier, and I mentioned this before because I worry, eventually you, depending on the timing, we may have to have a workshop somewhere in the summer, the vision board, because if you think of the people out there who are not the day-to-day engaged, they just trust us, they passed a bond issue, they hear all these things, and it doesn't quite
gel together.
They have busy lives. We may be worth thinking down a little bit down, having a workshop just so that they see, hey, this is where we are as per your mandate. And of course, they'll have a lot of questions. I mean, you won't have any results, but they also will start the educational process, which I worry about.
No, 100%.
About once the work starts, the complaints are going to come because I think it can be done overnight. And so it's something to think about down the road.
I think you're right. We can talk about something.
And I think you're right, Councilmember. I think that's a great idea. We really began, Jake, myself, and Rowan, to roll up our sleeves and begin to focus on this in August. And so I believe we're at the point where we are hitting the exponential curve. We are at that, liftoff. And you're going to see a lot of stuff coming to you over the next 2, 3, 4 months. You have decisions on undergrounding, decisions on what do we do with our stormwater basins, decisions on how do we move forward with the back-based study? So we're talking major investments, and so perhaps maybe over the next 2 months, if that works for the council, we can provide a presentation to you.
Yeah, because there's an old saying, if you need me on the crash landing, you better have me on the takeoff. And so if you bring people in, we will have problems. I guarantee you. They have a sense of ownership, and they'll say, I understand.
Right. No, that's 100%.
It's good. It's a good investment in
Look,
time.
it doesn't hurt. The more information we put out, the more meetings we have, the more we explain things as we go along. I think it helps the community. And to your point, they buy in. People understand when their streets, if their streets are being torn up, they understand there's a purpose behind it. It was kind of like the sewer project.
Yeah.
When that was approved, and that was a big process on the west side. But people understood. They weren't thrilled all the time. I certainly wasn't thrilled all the time, but they got it, and that's what we need to do.
So I'm done thinking, hearing, and looking at maybe the timeline over the next couple months. Perhaps June would be the best time to do this.
Sure.
We'll pick a time. I know we have a council meeting. We also
have budget workshops. Yeah.
We'll figure out maybe.
Yeah, let's figure out something in there. I agree.
My concern, if we push it too much later, people start to go.
Well, people are gone for the summer, and you're not getting the turnout. You're not getting the engagement. All right. Well, thank you.
We'll want to be ahead of decisions, not after.
Right. Correct. Pete, what are you there for? What are you doing?
He's just looking pretty.
Yeah, he is looking pretty.
He wants to speak, and you don't
Yeah,
let him.
you can speak. You have 3 minutes, Pete. Go. Yeah, that's true. I don't want
Actually,
to. I don't want to give him 3 minutes. All right. Next item.
Benjamin, to talk to you about our quarterly financial update.
Everything is awesome. Thank you very much. Oh, there's Ed. Ed just woke up. He heard quarterly finance. He's like, what?
Good evening, Mayor, Council. For you is the quarter one for fiscal year 22. That's the period October 1 through December 31st. Just real quickly jumping out, obviously on the revenue side, it shows the seasonality of some of our revenues. Understandably, we get property taxes, the majority of it at the beginning of the year. Property tax bills goes out in November, and there's a discount if you pay in November, which trails off December, January, and ultimately pass due at the end of February. So the majority of our revenues obviously received earlier on in the year. If you remember, when we made the moves to put solid waste and stormwater as well, we did that to get it at the beginning of the year so we could be in a stronger position to bond out. The other one jumps out also is in planning department. That's the majority's business tax receipts. Those also go out at the beginning of the fiscal year so that your license is good for the entire fiscal year.
Real quick, Benjamin, I'm sorry, go. Just on the collections as far as the solid waste, how are we doing with that in the
Fantastic. So I reported at last meeting, I think for the first 3 months of the year, we're already in the mid to high 80%. So it's been a tremendous change. So we're going forward, obviously that's wonderful, but the county doesn't take on our past due balances. So we're going to make a conceded effort to really go after with strong enforcement to collect on those who haven't paid and have been delinquent past many years. So.
And I have a question on the revenue before we move over to expenses. Sure. On the community center, I noticed that we've already collected, or we've already reached 40% in the first quarter. Are we on track to get up to $2.8 million, $1 million more than what we budgeted?
No, so what you're not seeing there is the detail. So for accounting purposes, what you do is it's called a deferred revenue transaction. If somebody buys an annual community center pass in the month of August, per se, you only put 2 months of that revenue, August, September, into fiscal year 21, and you defer the rest of it to 22, which is why it kind of looks out of whack now at the beginning of the quarter, because you've deferred the other 10 months into the new year. So I expect that to be closer in line with where we budgeted as we progress throughout the year.
Okay, thank you.
Great. Any other question? I mean,
good, thank you.
All right, sure.
So next, to close out our manager's report, I'll ask Jocelyn to come up to discuss our capital plan and where we are in terms of progress, and also give a brief update on where the city of Miami is on Miami Marine Stadium.
And then after the report is done, we're going to take a 5-minute break so that some folks can take a 5-minute break.
Let's have a little pie.
How much pie did you leave for us? That's what I want.
I didn't touch it.
Oh, I ate some pie.
Yeah?
I was thinking we need to find out some more triggers for Ann to show up.
My mistake. There is one item that I skipped before we get to Jocelyn is I believe also this was back in October. Maybe it was I believe October, where Councilmember Laredo asked us to do an evaluation of what are the potential impact fees. There is a report in here. If you'd like to ask some questions, obviously I can bring Benjamin back up. Otherwise, the information is there. We can field the questions off of that.
Right, and that's the way it should be. I mean, you know, we actually do read it. We still, now that you brought up this issue, and we have to try, Madam Clerk, and to get us just the outline, please, of the agenda, not the backup, as we discussed and approved the last time. That way we can do our planning of our reading.
Yeah, I think from a PDF standpoint, when I went online, it's separated to just the agenda on the front. And it was actually kind of nice because they have the call outs that you can click and it will actually pull up the backup information.
Right, but
so
we need
that's
to get
what I
that
used.
page earlier if we can.
Yeah. Yeah,
Just so that we
can
know
link
the
it or
weight
something.
of what's coming at us on Thursday.
Yeah.
That's all. Will make us a little more efficient, and that way we don't need to. Our meetings will be shorter.
Yes, sir. Let us find the right time for that to happen. Obviously, we don't want to be too early because we're obviously still working through some
Still
items.
moving through.
But
So
at the
that's
same
the
time, we
challenge.
don't want to be too late. So let us pick the right
Thank
time.
It's been pretty good. I
Thank you
mean,
for
we've been getting, they've been closing on Wednesday, right? I mean.
Yeah, we were a
pretty
little
early.
late this week, month, and we apologize. Our goal was actually Tuesday. And we hit that a couple times. This week we slipped a little bit just because we had some last moment changes to move forward.
But you guys have been pretty good.
So next item?
So, next item. What's that? Oh, do you want the presentation on impact fees?
We read it.
No, we're fine.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm okay with it.
Okay. So no, all right. Oh, but again, you know, as always, the opportunity to have that conversation is available.
Oh, the agenda package and your presentations are excellent. That makes it
Much easier.
much easier, much more efficient. Yes, efficient.
There's way too many ads up there for a minute.
Maybe we can take a 5-minute break now. No?
I'll make her mad. She'll just go slow.
I'll go quick.
Oh,
Why don't we use the moment to do online registration to go on Ed's boat?
yes, yes. I want to wait until he gets it to Europe.
That'd be
Be better in the
Yeah,
Mediterranean.
that'd be better.
That'd be a hell of a
Probably
sale.
where he is now, for all I know. He may be in Tuscany or
Yeah.
He's in the Black Sea.
yeah, that's where he belongs. In the Black Sea, or in Crimea.
He's patrolling off Odessa. Nobody's going to mess with Ed.
Good evening, Jocelyn Musavu, Chief of Staff. I'm here to talk very briefly about our capital improvement programs and just give a brief update to the community and to members of the council about some of our successes and the status of some of our projects. The first thing I'd like to mention in our capital improvement program is that we have a new hire that has joined us, and Colleen Blank is her name, and she is our capital improvements manager. She will be taking over the portion of this presentation every month starting April. So please join me in welcoming her to the organization. For this evening, something just happened here. I'm missing a slide. Have prepared the presentation. Oh, hold on one second. I think we're in the wrong presentation. One second. I apologize. Yeah, we have the wrong presentation up here, so I'm a little unprepared here, but I can speak to these documents without necessarily referencing this particular presentation. So we planned this evening to talk and provide a little bit of an update on Lake Park gazebo improvements, the community center RTU, the Beach Park sewer extension, and the community center bike replacements. We do not have any additional updates on Paradise Park beyond the fact that we broke ground and of course the fence is up, so that project is moving forward. And I'm not displaying anything here either.
Yeah, but the pictures of that Paradise Park,
Very nice.
things were terrible. You know, the mayor took up, you know, the center and, you know, the whole, it was
He's
terrible.
just mad my dog took a better photo than he
Islander
did.
News, that week, subscriptions went down.
I have to admit, you all look very nice in this house.
How about that hat?
That's what
Yeah.
saved us.
Yes. Nobody knew who you were when they.
No worries. Are there any issues with the ongoing projects? Any challenges we're seeing that are new?
No.
Everything's moving along?
Everything is moving forward.
And people are seeing, actually, you know, my fanatic
No,
about
they're talking,
action.
they're
People
excited.
are seeing action, just like they're seeing great police presence, so that you know that we get that kind of feedback. It's very nice to hear from the citizens. They don't necessarily know what we're doing, but they say, oh, they're doing something. It's quite unique.
Can I make a suggestion? And this is only my preference. If you guys disagree, I'm 100% okay with it. But I love the table and the Gantt chart. I would like maybe to see it. I know you guys are putting it as priorities, 1 through 5, but I feel like when I look at it, I wanted to kind of look at it in the project phase. Like, okay, which projects are under permitting and have them all grouped together. You know, that's the way I look at it. Like, I want to know, okay, which are the ones under construction?
From an architect's mindset. But
Yeah,
it's
I don't know
interesting.
why. It's like I'm always looking like it's so hard to read this graph. I want all the greens together, all the yellows together, and then I can look over at the priority level. That's just my preference, but if you guys would rather have them organized by priority, that's
If it
fine.
makes you happy, Brett,
No,
I
it
want to
doesn't.
make you happy.
I can take it either. I can do it either
But
way.
it's
But
all the regular citizens, residents.
Will it help
understand
yeah,
them
would it help
understand?
them understand?
I think so, because then you can quickly look at, okay, what's under construction?
Yeah, because
these
I-
5 projects. Okay, what's under procurement? These 8 projects. I think you see the group from
Yeah, I agree with you. I think
in
it's easier to
procurement,
have them together
a
because it
phase
sort of
better.
shows where the
what
progression
phases
is.
of
Right,
each
correct.
project. And I like the idea of having the priorities there, but maybe that's the
Yeah,
secondary.
we don't have to
like,
worry
okay.
don't worry about photos and present, guys. Don't worry
Just-
about photo, just talk to what it is and let's just go.
Yeah, we found it.
So we'll phase it. And ultimately, our ultimate goal is to make this an interactive product.
Oh, yeah, where you can
on the
select
website,
all of it,
where
right?
people can go in
Yeah, that'd
and
be great.
actually
Great.
interact with it. And so, right now, but we will, come April, we'll put that in phase.
Okay. And if we don't like it, we can always go back, right? It's an easy thing.
We'll give you the
We'll try
document
it
to
out.
play with. How's that?
Just
You can
leave-
actually-
don't worry.
I'll sit there all day.
You can filter it yourself.
No, it's fine.
Okay.
All right, well, we just finished. So, all right, so basically, we'll talk a little bit, the only things that we wanted to highlight, and I'll just make this very, very short, is the fact, thank you. We have a few changes.
And this is in your book? I know
Yeah,
it's
I've got
small
that, but that's
there
what my
on
point is. Yeah, we've got it in the
6
book and you can put this out.
Yep.
Yeah.
To the community, exactly. So just highlighting the projects that are closed out, the community center RTU replacement, which is the rooftop unit.
Beach
and
Park sewer extension is done.
Beach Park
That's a
sewer
big-
extension is
It is.
done.
So I'm looking forward to the water
Are they
quality
connected?
testing off the beach club this summer. Because my theory has been that the reason we're getting high fecal counts there is because of, no, really, because we had septic. It was just pure septic. And
I don't think it's only that, but yeah.
No, but
It could
but
be
that was the only place we were testing, and that's the only place along that whole beach that's only on septic. I think it's certainly a contributing factor. But anyway, we'll see. I may be wrong, but anyway.
And just to give a pitch, you got me excited about septic. We're down to 28 total, 11 who haven't started moving.
Nice.
We should have an article out in Islander News next week, showing the progress, but also thanking our public for the job.
And a year and a half ago, we were at like 600 or 200. I don't remember. It was a really
It was 200.
200 or something. So
Yeah, so kudos to Jake and the work that he's been
Absolutely. He's
doing.
been
Working
busting
hard.
it.
job.
We're going to.
hi, Jake.
All right.
And the final one is the project that Councilmember Laredo brought up, which is the bikes, the replacement of the spin bikes at the community center. So all good projects, everything is moving forward. And we'll segue directly into the Marine Stadium, which is also just 4 slides, very, very quick and brief.
The Marine Stadium is still there?
It is still there.
Okay, good to know.
You put Marquinhos' photo in that thing, that destroys the whole thing.
Whose photo?
He's a trainer.
Oh.
Very good guy, very popular.
Are you doing the classes?
No, I don't do. Are you kidding? I
Oh, man.
But people really love it.
I have a spin bike, but I have training wheels, so it's good.
On your spin bike.
Probably last a minute and a half.
Is that wrong?
Perfect, thank you. So
Of course you do.
we wanted to share with the community some slides and images and updates received from the City of Miami related to the Marine Stadium project, which is a restoration project along the causeway that most folks are aware of. Tonight's not my night for presentations.
You know what, sometimes it's better just to quit while you're ahead.
I know, right? Okay, so I think there's a little bit of a delay here. So the first slide is talking a little bit about the status of the project. And so the City of Miami is currently going through a general obligation bond renewal. And so that has been deferred at their city commission until May of 2022 and will possibly be delayed a little bit further.
Till this coming May?
This coming May, yes. What the department, what the city is working on is identifying basically what needs to happen in terms of a study to understand the business plan and understand what this $61.2 million price tag for this facility, what that money is going to be used for. The numbers have gone up. If you're following the project, a few years ago it was at $48 million. Now they've added contingencies, annual debt service, and inflation, so that is raising the price steadily. So again, this is going to be a sell to the residents of the City of Miami and to a lot of folks as to how to generate monies and how to make this a project that.
Didn't they have, was there a bid this month? Did they have something in front of the county, the city commission?
No, they were going to bring, what Josephine just mentioned, they were going to bring the extension of the bonds, the county.
Bonds was coming first, but then they were going to hire.
Yes, so they're still doing that.
They're hiring the architect and before they even hire an operator?
Right, so the operator hiring has not happened yet. Yeah, so they definitely need to renew the bond first before they can go forward with anything else. But part of that $61.2 million price tag includes a $7 million support facility that they brought up was part of the project scope, and so identification of how that is going to be designed is also pending. So what does that mean for the city in terms of next steps? So they're moving forward with doing their business case analysis for the stadium and the Flex Park, which is that big parking lot that sits obviously right in front of it.
They still call it the Flex Park?
They still call it the Flex Park.
What a joke.
They still call it the Flex Park. And so there is a consultant that is being hired to perform that assessment. That will also be taken to commission, and that will also drive that process. There is a traffic analysis and pedestrian crossing that is also being done because there are other projects in that area that will have an impact, obviously, on traffic, which includes a boat ramp. And so there are members of the community that are concerned, of course, because of the influx of traffic that would bring. And so there are conversations about a traffic analysis coming forward from that. There is, in this third bullet here, talk about piling resurfacing. So the actual Marine Stadium sits on piles, and so there is an initial sort of construction phase project to this that requires the pilings to be resurfaced. That has yet to be started. They're working with their consultants to get that going, but it's a 6 to 8 month duration, which is projected to start around July. So that would be sort of the first soft phase of construction for this project. And then that would be able to allow them to move forward with procurement for their general contractor and then general construction. So the estimated timelines are listed here. And so they're keeping us apprised of the project on a monthly basis. We have representation at the Virginia Key Advisory Board that meets at City Hall, and so we keep in touch with them as much as possible on this project. So.
Who's the county, I'm sorry, do you know who the county rep is? Because Joe Rasco's gone. Is he still on the advisory board? He retired from the county. Is he still on the board?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, because
Joe's still on.
Buzz Vernon's our, Buzz is our rep.
They're both on.
We need to work closely with them because I have a enormous history of frustrations, basically.
We talk with them on a regular
Oh,
basis.
good.
And so and we're physically there in the meetings, so we sit and we listen. And of course, the city of Miami was generous enough to share some of the elements of their presentation. And so this is what you see here. So,
It's
any
a tragedy for somebody like you who's an architect that it took the death of Hilario Candela.
Candela.
Was a very young architect, designed that, and he spent the last 20 years or more trying to revive it, and that this may beginning to take off. He passed away just recently.
Yeah,
So it's ironic. Maybe it would be his last legacy that his death prompted that wonderful Miami bureaucracy to move forward. On a sort of related issue, do not put it as a top priority, but it'd be good for you to reach out when you have time to the new operators of the Seaquarium, just to find out who they are. They finally, to get the permit, they had to retire Lolita, but that is a major impact to us. We, as you know, may not know, very early in this village, we had a lawsuit that stopped. They were going to do a water park.
Yeah, water park.
So don't take your eye off that ball.
And they will definitely be part of this.
And just go out and have lunch with them or whatever.
And they'll be part of this Rickenbacker Causeway evaluation.
I'll have to be one of the ones.
Have a development relationship is what I'm saying. Yeah, they're a new company.
Undoubtedly.
Thank you for the reports. All right, we're going to take a 5-minute break. We're going to come back at 9:22. We'll begin with public comments. We have one more public comment section, if any, and then we'll get into mayor and council member reports and discussion.
Yes, sir.
turn it on? Oh, I'm here. Ed's gone. I thought I saw him there. Thank you.
Thank you. You shut them off?
Right, manually.
Okay. That's
I
fine.
think it's better that way.
All right. Okay.
The next item, Mr. Mayor, is mayor and council members.
Oh, it's not. It's public comments?
Oh, public comments. I'm sorry. You're
So,
right.
anybody want to speak? Okay. Anybody? Pete, you want to do the countdown?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. If you do wish to speak, please dial the following phone number, 305-365-7569. Then please enter the meeting ID of 231-627-8415. Once in the meeting, please dial *9 to raise your hand in the system, or if you dialed in by Zoom, please raise your hand within the application.
Okay. Ceci Sanchez, if you are watching at home, I apologize, but we were in reports, and this is the time you could have spoken. So give me a call tomorrow. All right, we got anybody, Pete? All right.
No, Mr. Mayor, nobody has signed up to speak.
All right, I'm going to close public comments. Let's go to the next item.
The next item is mayor and council members review Village of Key Biscayne litter law. Councilmember London.
Councilmember London, your item.
Thank you. You all know we had this about a month ago, a cleanup, where we had about 40 people walking around for an hour and picked up I don't know how many pounds of trash. Loads and loads of trash. The island is not as clean as it should be. Excuse me. And basically, we should have a litter law, and if we don't, we should have one. If we do have one, it should be enforced, and it should be enforced with fines. Now, I don't know if the chief's here. Do we have an ability to fine people for littering? That's my first question.
Do we have a litter law? That's the first question.
Councilmember, I think that might be better addressed to the attorney. If you could ask that, Chad, answer that.
Chad, do we have a litter law?
You're muted, Chad.
Chad, you sound better.
It's like yeah, thanks. We do have a law that prohibits littering within the village. There's also the Florida litter law. So I think that there are tools at our disposal.
Okay.
Maybe you can elaborate, Councilmember London, where is the litter actually occurring? Is it on the beach? Is it on?
No, it's all over. It's on the streets. It's on the beach. It's in the streets. It's everywhere. I mean, people are littering. There's
Public
no
right
question.
away.
The most curious one is the bagged up dog poo in the dog poo bag thrown on the swale.
They clean it up and leave it.
Exactly. We picked up all kinds of stuff.
Yeah.
So I would like, if the council is behind this, I would like to direct the police chief or the manager to start enforcing the litter law.
Sure.
And
Please.
basically, for our public announcements, we should make it very clear to all the residents, this is what we're going to do, and these are the fines if you litter. And hopefully, that'll help.
I support that.
I'm 100% behind that. Great. Let's do it.
Can you put it on the Village Connect?
Yeah. Let's get some, give a hoot, don't pollute sort of things going.
You know, I realized, sorry, this might be a little bit off the subject, but I thought of it earlier, and now that it's come to mind twice, I'd like to just say it. We had talked a while back before you were here about maybe doing some kind of a campaign, like I think we had called it like Did You Know, where we just regularly send out little like information notices about ordinances that we have, just with new people coming or even people who just maybe don't like to spend Tuesday nights watching this all night, that don't know what we have. Things like, the tree trimming and hat racking and
battery, where to take your batteries.
Yeah, where to recycle your batteries.
batteries.
The fact that we have an electronics recycling once a year, that you're supposed to bring your trash cans back. Things that are helpful for residents to know.
Okay. Yeah.
Why don't you just say where the battery disposal location is?
Mr. Mike?
Wait, hold on a second, Ed.
Did I use 8 million words to say that?
No.
Where is the battery disposal
In front
place?
of Toy Town?
Yeah.
In front of Toy. I did not know that.
Yeah.
I never knew
Did
that.
you know?
I didn't know.
Now you do.
That's one to grow on. Ed, what were you going to say?
No, it's the next item.
Okay, perfect. No, I think that works. Mr. Manager, you have your direction from us, please. And Chief, if we could just start, you see people littering, I don't say tase them, but
That'll likely be a code item.
yeah, okay, code. Well, but if you see somebody littering on the street, Chad, what's the enforcement? If somebody is seen littering on the street by a police officer, does the police officer cite them?
No, underneath, well, it depends on how you're citing them. Underneath the state law, employees of the city whose duty is to ensure code compliance or enforce the codes, may cite them. Underneath our ordinance, by the way, the state law is section 403.413. Underneath our code, which is our property maintenance code, which is chapter 5, let me see who enforces. I think it's our code enforcement folks.
So okay. So I'm walking down Fernwood, and I throw a bag of dog crap on the side of the road, and a police officer goes by. That police officer can't cite me. They don't have authority to cite me.
Again, I don't think that they have that authority. I mean, they'd have to check, but.
Well, how can we make them?
We're talking about whether or not the person littering. So there's two things. If it's on the property, there's litter on the property, you cite the property owner, not the person who,
Oh, no. We're talking about the people. I'm sorry. Let me cut you off. I'm walking down the sidewalk on Fernwood, and I throw a bag of dog crap on the public right of way, and I am seen by a cop. Can that cop cite me for that? Because I think, Ed, that's what you want, right? You want to be able to cite people?
I don't think our problem is people not cleaning up their own lawn. The problem is people depositing garbage all over town.
That's what we need.
Why don't you think about it and work behind the scenes so you don't say anything that we may regret?
Yeah, could you get back to us on that one, Chad?
Well, the question is this: if we don't have the authority, what do we have to do?
No, we have to change the ordinance.
We have the authority. The authority is there. The question just is who enforces.
Right.
Yeah.
I'm talking about because the police the authority.
Yeah. How do we make that?
We could do that. It's going to take a change of order.
Yeah, it takes a change of the ordinance. That's what I'm saying.
Can we work on that? That seems like that's what this council would like, to be able to empower the police to handle this problem.
Let me and Chad work on that.
Yeah,
obviously.
that was my point, but I just said, that's.
Jeremy and obviously.
And for the record, I have never thrown dog crap on the road on Fernwood or any other street in Key Biscayne.
I'm not going to turn you. Don't worry.
You would. All right, next item.
Next item is zoning change on the ballot, senior living, Councilmember London, your item.
Okay, I brought up before senior assisted living. We had a whole big discussion. Remember, Allison didn't like the idea. It would be on the west side of the highway, west side.
I didn't like the location, for the record.
Well, let me continue. So basically, and now I understand the Charter Revision Board is considering this thing. And I guess my point is that if we, as a council, feel this should happen, we should go forward, forget about east side or west side, but as a concept or as a zoning change or the ability for us to create a zoning classification and a location and site approval for this. And I want to really know how the council feels about this. Are they concerned about having assisted or senior living, or rather not have it on Key Biscayne and have people have to live their whole lives, move to Coral Gables or somewhere else because we don't have it. That's my position.
All right. I mean,
may I just say before you answer him? First of all, this council already spoke to this issue in a previous time, and we voted no.
No, we voted no to the site, though. My understanding was the site.
The church,
My position is very clear, so that we don't, at least one vote. I don't believe it's appropriate to have on basically the residential side this kind of facility.
Sorry, I apologize. You mean the single-family home or both sides of residential? Because condos.
The west side.
The west side.
So the condo side.
Single family, no condo.
Yeah. Second, but more importantly, here we're spending money and energy on a vision board, and we keep trying. We have this plan, and then we just have these jerk reactions that destroys the whole concept of a strategic vision. This has not been something that has had support. Yeah, you laugh at because every time somebody disagrees with you, you laugh. But the problem is then why are we going through all these exercises? I do not believe this is, in my view, you ask how we feel. I don't feel that this facility should be here in either side,
Okay.
period. That's one vote.
All right, Councilmember McCormick, then Vice Mayor.
So Ed is correct that this has come up at the Charter Review Commission, also with respect to other issues with the zoning. So just in the way of background, to people watching, there are different ways to amend the charter, and there's different ways that things get in the charter, right? So there's things that have been in the charter since inception. There's things that are amendments that were added. Some of those amendments, we've kind of come on the commission to discuss them almost as like reactionary amendments. They were maybe by petition or even put forth by the council, but they were in reaction to specific issues or specific things that were transpiring in the village at the time. And so there's an amendment to the charter that is very, very restrictive of what can be done to the zoning code. And basically it says that, you know, most changes to the zoning code, including things like definitions, which I've come to learn are things that do somehow change from time to time and get cleaned up, and you don't like the way it was written in the zoning code, or it's not applicable because of changes with, you know, environmental changes or whatever. Anything like that, if we would like to change, it must go to referendum. And so we've had 3 different sort of people or types approach us to say, this is maybe something you should consider to suggest a possible change to the charter, because this is so restrictive. One is village staff saying this really makes it difficult for us. Like an example is the Harbor Park. We bought that park with the intent of having open space, but also being able to use it for stormwater infrastructure. Well, the way that our parks designation in the zoning code is defined, we're not sure we can use that for the infrastructure the way it is. We could change that, except we must put forth a referendum to do so. So that was one request. We've also had a request from a school that would like to have the ability to come to the Key and maybe take a commercial space and request that it be rezoned for a school. They can't do that unless we put forth a referendum, which is a large process and often expensive. And private businesses don't typically want to wait for the decision of a referendum. They'll move on and maybe put their school in a different community. The same with the idea of senior living, wherever it would go, even if it would be in a commercial space or at the entry block. These kind of changes can't happen without a referendum. So the Charter Review Commission is, like Ed suggested, toying around with, and this will be a big topic for conversation on Thursday, how, if any way, would we propose to see if the voters would like to change the language of that amendment? And the one suggestion that was floated that I thought made some sense to me was this idea of maybe adding language to it. It's not, once something's in the charter, it's really hard to take it out. And especially, you know, it seems, frankly, I think even as a voter, that it seems maybe suspicious, like, why are you trying to remove this, right? So the idea is to maybe find a way to tweak it. And one suggestion was to maybe add language to say by referendum or supermajority vote of council, which would be you need 5 council members to make a change of this sort. I don't know where the commission will end up, but just by way of what Ed is asking for in terms of a charter amendment, that's the discussion that's going on at the Charter Review Commission. So hopefully it was helpful.
Hold on. Vice Mayor, and then I'm going to.
No, yeah, I just want, you know, senior living, I mean, let's start off with aging in place. I mean, I think that in any community, that's important. It's important to be able to age in place. And I think that a senior living facility can allow that to happen. I don't know what all the issues are of the positives and negatives. I don't know if it's traffic or what it is, but I can tell you from the vision plan that of the workshop we did, that actually came up and it was actually incorporated into the vision plan to have a senior living facility somewhere on the Key. They chose a possible location of where they feel might be the best location for it. again, it's a vision, it's ideas, it may never be an opportunity. But I think what Councilmember London is putting out there is that, why not let the residents, the voters, make a decision whether they think that this is important or not. I mean, I can go either way, but I don't
Well, what
know.
happens to the referendum power in the charter?
No, that would be the referendum.
No, this would be the referendum on that issue.
So what he's asking is not.
Basically, you would need then, if you're proposing a referendum, and Chad, tell me if I'm wrong, but it strikes me that if you're proposing a referendum strictly on senior living, do the citizens of the village of Key Biscayne want the availability of a senior living facility? You also then need a charter amendment, because we can't change the zoning of a particular building to be senior living.
No, I think what Ed is probably proposing, and I'm not sure, Ed, this is what you're proposing, but I'm thinking that he's trying to say that in this type of use, whether it's a business or commercial, could also be zoned as senior living. That's what my understanding of maybe what his question was, that we are selecting a zone where senior living could be. It can't be anywhere else, but it could be in this zone. That was my understanding. The other way, if it's just general blanket, then you would have to go through that. If there's a specific site, they would have to go out to referendum and say that's what we want it.
That's never going to happen because it's cumbersome for anybody to.
It's difficult. So I thought my understanding is just saying that, should we add another use in a commercial use or whatever use we want to decide what it is? Do we want to add the ability to put senior living in that use?
The question is because I respectfully disagree. I mean, maybe on I was where it was going to be proposed, I wasn't a fan of. I think it was on the Crossbridge site, right? Yeah. But I would frankly not have a problem doing it in the condos by me or somewhere else if that was something. But again, I don't know what the mechanism is to allow. The voters should have the say in this, right? If they want to allow this use.
Okay, I understand.
Well, my philosophy.
It's not property specific. It's any text change to the zoning code. So you would basically be allowing it within the zoning district where a particular property may be located, but it will be for any property within that district.
Right. Let the cap, then you can go back again.
Apart from the either validated virtue of this, if that's what people decide our community ought to include, or dismissal of it, I don't know if this involves.
Speak up. Your mic may be off.
I don't know that this involves zoning at all necessarily. Senior living is a great way to articulate the goal. Senior living is living. It happens in a dwelling unit, or it happens in a dwelling, a multifamily dwelling. I've seen examples of low service senior living facilities simply being a marketing plan. You market it as such. You design it and market it as such. Sometimes these are accompanied by private covenants. Sometimes they're not. It could be zoning. It could not be zoning.
And it's assisted living facility, right?
Yeah, assisted living is what we're talking about. Councilmember Laredo, then Councilmember McCormick, and Ed, if you want to say something, I'll put you in after McCormick.
I just wanted to express a philosophical view that we crossed 30 years ago, et cetera, and also the United States of America, 245 years. We've had about 13 amendments only, because the first 10 were, the Bill of Rights was right away, that they forgot and they put them back on. Constitutional, American Constitution, our charter, it's supposed to be a broad framework. It's supposed to be a broad framework that then delegates to the authorities that in there. Our charter did that and delegated it to us. I am always very concerned when you try to manipulate a charter or a constitution for a specific use. Mm-hmm. This issue's come up twice, and obviously I want to ask who is asking for this, because I mean literally who, with a name and an address and or a company. But to piggyback this desire by whoever it is, and by the way, that charter is what we call representative democracy. That's why we run for office, and we have the power to make the decisions, wrong or right. This is what I would call a backdoor into trying to find something. And so I be careful, Madam, as chairperson of the Charter Committee, not to deviate too far from that framework of just giving, fair, transparent rules, and people know. And it's an expensive. Well, somebody must be thinking they can make a lot of money on it, because otherwise it wouldn't be coming up. This is the second time this has come up, and now it comes in, through the back door. Maybe this is great because now I have a wake-up call. I better start paying attention to what's going on, and so I just constructively give you that reflection from experience. And as it relates to it specific, I don't know where this petition is coming from. Maybe, Ed, you can enlighten me. Who is requesting?
He's been talking about assisted living for, when he was on last council.
Are you going to build assisted living?
No, hold on. Let Councilmember McCormick, and then let's go.
Well, would you help me get the answer? Who?
I might be able to.
Okay, thank you.
I'll be happy to answer my turn.
Yeah, on your turn.
You're next. You can wait. I said that with a smile. I don't know if you can see it on the Zoom. First, I want to address what you said because I could not agree more, and I have said it throughout the process of the Charter Review Commission, that this is our founding document. It is overreaching. It is not meant to address specific issues. The reason I brought up the idea of these reactionary amendments is that this amendment was a reaction to a specific thing going on in the community, and what we kind of have seen and what we heard from village staff is that it is so constricting and unlike anything in other municipalities as a result. So the idea is, did not come, no one is reacting to specific petitions. It has, and actually specific petitions make me hesitant to make the change. But we've tried to look at it from a real, because you're 100% right. So we're looking at it from a philosophical point of view. What is best for our founding document? That's the first thing.
Thank you. That's good to hear.
The next thing, this came to me also, but not from a developer. This idea of senior living and needing some, possibly what is it? Is it a zoning change? What is it? In my case, I won't speak for Ed, but in my case, it came from the Ask Club,
right?
Not from a developer. The last time, I think it was a developer driving the train when it was the waterfront facility at the Crossbridge Church. This is what I've heard, and I think that there's a possibility to have more than one conversation here. What I've heard from the seniors is that there are seniors who can no longer afford to live on the Key, and that they sold their homes thinking it was a responsible thing to do. They're now renting apartments, and rents have doubled, and in some cases more so, and they would like to be able to stay. And is there any way to do some sort of zoning of senior housing that makes, it, I don't know what the answer is exactly and how you do it. I know they do it in other communities, but to sort of stabilize things. But then I think we also have the idea that Ed is suggesting, which is assisted living, which I think are two separate things, but that's what's come to me as requests from residents in the community, not a developer.
So Ed, you're up.
Thank you. I hate to disagree with Louis because he's usually right. But in this particular case, you were right. This is what the founding fathers, you included, told the community and told us that we would be able to make these decisions on council since we're representative government and they elected you, Louis, to have all this power to make that. But basically, the amendment changed all that, and that's what as Allison just said, has made it very restrictive. And all I'm talking about is going back to the original thing, which our founding fathers of the village did. Number one. Number two, you always infer that I'm making money out of these things.
No, I do not.
I wish
No. You better stop right there. You better stop right there. No. I'm not going to let you get away with that little cute comment. I am not. If I have something to tell you, I tell you to your face. Right. Oh, come on, Ed. Bro.
Basically behind somebody, representing somebody, make some money, whatever. In this case, this horrible person, Ed Stone, he's the one that came to me, probably went to Allison also, who was the head of the Ask Club. And he was the one who has been pushing me, not pushing me hard to, because I was for this long before he came to me, but just recently we discussed it, and I told him I would go ahead and bring it forward, which I want to do, and I would have done it anyway. So that's where I am.
Okay.
Yeah.
One perspective.
All right, yeah, Councilmember Kaplan.
Apart from this issue and apart from the question, which is a serious question of whether assisted is low service or high service or somewhere in between, there's a lot of interest in repealing or amending the charter amendment, which was widely deemed to be ill-advised when it was adopted. That's number one. So that's a separate question. Right. And it's obviously linked to a practical decision if a zoning change is required. I'm not sure a zoning change would be required for a limited service elderly community. The other thing, just an observation, I believe this use was important in the master plan process. It's in the master plan. It was in the pre-incorporation planning work as a significant goal. Hard to reach, but over time may be achievable. So it's come up a lot.
Chad, can I ask you the question? Frank just made a comment, and I don't know if you were the one who said, so if this was to be, because I'm not in, the charter amendment was passed twice. The residents, as much as I disagreed with it because I did think it hamstrung us on a number of issues, the people passed it. And I think
They passed it in a special election with low turnout by 100 and something votes.
But then they passed it again.
Okay.
So, I understand. Believe me, I'm not for the charter amendment. I was against it then, and I still think it hampers it hampers our ability to effectively govern up here. And to Councilmember Laredo's point, this is the document that gave us our powers, and it sort of it hamstrings us. But to Chad, you made a point about a change in the zoning. So let's say we were to make, because this is a use, right? This is like a school use in the commercial. We don't allow schools in commercial zones right now. If we were to make this a use in multifamily zone or commercial, whatever we decided we wanted to allow it in, would these facilities, because is it really an increase in density or intensity of use? That's my question to Chad, Ed, not to you. If we allowed this use in those areas, would it be permitted to actually establish an assisted living facility in one of those zoning districts?
Well, once it's voted upon by the people, it's somewhat, incumbent upon the council to follow through and adopt it so it becomes permitted within the district.
No, what I'm saying is would there be extra hurdles that people would have to go through? Right now, if somebody wanted to do assisted living.
We may have to update our comp plan. There might be things depending on where exactly we would want to go, but it also depends on how it's brought forward to the people, because it could be brought forward as an ordinance, for example, which would articulate, you could just create your own assisted living facility zoning district, and then somebody can rezone to that, and then you could provide the densities and intensities in there. So there's different ways to address this. Would it be considered an increase or in density or intensity? It depends on the district in which you're thinking about and what the existing density and intensity is in that district. So it's difficult to answer the question.
Okay, fair enough. It would depend on the district, because I'm just thinking, frankly, let's theoretically, we said multifamily district. And I almost feel, because my understanding, a lot of ALFs, the way they're designed, they reduce intensity of use because you don't have all the cars, you don't have all the parking needs that you have staff numbers.
More commercial. But I think it goes both ways, right? Because that's true. But you also, depending on the type of facility, increase your fire and police.
Got it.
Potentially.
Understood.
And the other thing is typically these types of uses, again, these terms we're kind of throwing around: assisted living facility, there's independent living facilities, there's memory care, there's 55 and older. There's all these different terms. but a lot of times they're also considered in several jurisdictions as like the 2-to-1 density. Because you get 2 beds, you know, 2 people kind of, in a lot of these circumstances, live in 1 room.
Right.
So
But Chad,
really just depends on the proposal. I mean, it needs to be drawn up and more clearly defined.
But Chad, I think what the mayor was getting to.
Hold on, Ed, 1 second. The vice mayor, then you.
So I think what the mayor is getting to is that can there be additional conditions? And I know, I'm pretty sure that city of Miami, I don't know if it's 2,000 feet or or a quarter of a mile. I mean, you can't locate them closer than, so if somebody's already located within that distance from you, so that could limit to only one being able to be built in Key Biscayne. That's for assistant living, not senior living and
understood.
other
Okay.
things, which is something else.
Well, right. I mean, there are state law requirements for group homes and community residential facilities which have those
Radiuses. Yeah, so there's certain things that we can put forward too that maybe it has to come to council and has to get a majority vote. I mean, there's maybe ways that it could be written and it could only be used in these zoning districts, and that's it.
Because I mean, look, I think we have. I mean, Ed Stone's been talking about this for years. I know Ed brought it up last time he was on council. It's not a new issue, and I feel you know, we keep. I certainly would not want to ever make a change to our laws to benefit a developer on a specific project. I 100% oppose that, always have, always will. Going back to the Sonesta, frankly. But I think if we've got our residents who are seeking assistance from us in developing something, I would like to entertain this, and I would like to know how we can
May I ask you a question?
Certainly.
And first of all, thank you for answering my question about who brought it up. And the reason I asked the who, I tried to be very respectful of all of us, which obviously Mr. London is not towards me and what the outrageous comment he made. But because I've been asked by citizens a lot, who is behind it?
Sure.
Because we don't, you know.
No, it's understandable.
Because, you know,
Suspicion.
Okay, so I don't need to elaborate anymore. I am surprised that it came from the Ask Club, which I imagine is the executive director, because I'm sure they didn't take a vote. And you know how strongly I am for the Ask Club. I've been asking them, even if they want more money, I think I'm fighting for open spaces for seniors. So funny that they never approached me, but that's another subject. But let me ask you something, because maybe many years I spent on boards of banks, etc. I don't understand. I'm not too smart. How does it work that somebody who is here now and has a need because of the rental prices being so high, how are we going to build something that the price?
That's
I hear you. I don't need to go to Harvard.
Conversation. That's the challenge.
But you don't have to have a study. I mean,
and also just straight numbers, right? Like if your concern is, that's why I said I think we're talking about 2 different things simultaneously, because if your concern is seniors unable to stay here because of affordability, the idea of putting them into some kind of facility that has the same zip code, the same real estate prices, and now also you're talking about care and services, those numbers don't add up to me. So I don't know that it was a fully cooked idea, which goes even more to the credibility of this not being a for-profit venture. It was more, it was Ed Stone, the director of the Ask Club, called me and said, I am being approached by seniors that are worried and that don't want to leave their island home. Is there anything that can be done to address this? What I heard there was affordable living for seniors. Ed heard ALF. So I think we're talking about 2 different things. Either one, this is something that we can't make that kind of a change in the zoning because of the amendment that was put in the charter. So the question is, one, what I said to Ed Stone, and I think it's important to say again today, this is, the first of probably many conversations we will have to address this relatively new housing need for seniors in our community. And we're in really unprecedented times in terms of what's happened even in the last year with rent increases. And this is, I think, something that will have to continue to be a conversation. But the way I see it is it's two separate but related topics.
As it relates, forgive me for interrupting, to those very legitimate concerns that supposedly the Ask Club, which I don't know exactly, when you mention an organization to me, I demand to see the vote,
That's me.
Right,
that was on me. That's my mistake.
No.
He did not call and represent himself as I'm calling from the Ask Club.
Right. No. But I got you. Believe me, I didn't mean that. If we are actually doing them a disservice by creating false expectations for their needs, it would be almost unheard of insensitivity on our part to even create the hope that we can build something that is affordable and a developer has to get his money out. We better stop that and educate, because it's not gonna, it just doesn't work. The numbers don't work, and it would be already a generation that is very fragile because of all they're going through. If we create that expectation by this idea, I think I don't want to have that burden on me. It just, the numbers don't work. But I'm very glad that this came up, because now I'm aware that that it's being brought before you as well. So,
Ed, you're up, and then Councilmember Kaplan.
Basically, Allison, it's senior living and assisted living. And also, Frank, it would require zoning change, because in order to make it work and make it financially feasible, you have to have smaller dwelling units, greater density, and less parking, or else it doesn't work. So these things do require a zoning change. And Louis is saying the numbers don't work. Obviously, some people think they do, but they don't work unless it's a zoning change. I also understand, and I think this is a state law, that you can, without Village of Key Biscayne approval, you can have an assisted living facility with up to 6 people anywhere in a residential community. Is that correct, Chad?
Yeah, that's considered to be a group home, and it's 6 or under is considered to be a single-family home.
So therefore,
however, you are subject to the spacing requirements that were discussed before.
Okay, which I don't know how far they're apart.
I think it's 1,000 feet between uses.
Okay. Anyway, so we could have a few of those places on the Key, which possibly under a current state law could be divided in a house or something, so you could have 6 people, which would reduce the cost. Anyway, I didn't expect any big arguments tonight. I just wanted to find out how people feel about it. And obviously, we have a divided council, and that's fine. My next question is, assuming the Charter Review Commission does not put this as one of their suggested charter reviews, how many people have to sign a petition to get it onto the council, onto the ballot for review?
10%?
Excuse me.
About 800?
Yeah.
850.
Chad, what's the number to get something, if you wanted to get a charter? You're muted, Chad. Or maybe you're...
Hold on, I'm just pulling up the chart.
Madam Chair.
I think it's 10%.
The problem is, besides how you
Yeah, but
feel
I want
about
to
it,
get the right,
encumber
language.
your work of the charter review with something like that. It could, people can vote it down 90% of your good work because they feel strongly, and that would be also terrible for the work you're doing and your committee.
Okay.
Noted.
So I'll walk through the different ways that the charter can be amended.
Right.
So number 1 is it's by ordinance. The council by ordinance may propose amendments to the charter. Number 2 is by petition of the electors.
10%.
That requires a minimum of 10 electors may commence an initiative. And then the petitions must be signed by electors of the village equal in number to at least 10% of the total number of electors registered to vote at the last regular election.
It's about 780 and 800.
And then the third way is through the charter revision process, where the charter revision board can propose an amendment to the charter. Now, when we're talking about a new use to the zoning district, that's not an amendment to the charter. That would have to be a petition where people petition for it to go before the voters. Because you're not going to amend the charter to provide the use.
Oh, okay.
So,
But the charter says that it has to go through the voters in order to change the use, and that's maybe what you guys were talking about that you don't want to do. That opens up everything. That doesn't just specifically.
No, that's the way it is written now, that you have any change like that. So basically, our village is stuck exactly the way it was when that amendment passed. That any other change in zoning must go each specific question to referendum to the entire community to be approved. And that's very restrictive and unlike other municipalities.
But what Ed is doing is he's not asking to change that. What he's doing is trying to put it to the voters.
I see.
As in this zoning district, can we at least allow for a future development to be able to use the use of an ALF, an assisted living facility? And because it's not there right now. That way they would not have to do that later, but there could be restrictions in it that certain things would have to be abided by and maybe have to come to council, maybe extra restrictions in order for that to happen. I don't know. We have the ability to put that out to the voter if you wanted to.
So, well, we can go back, we can go round and round about this all night. What do we want to do? The consensus seems to be there is no consensus.
I have an appetite to explore this.
I am interested in exploring it.
I think that the words that we haven't spoken yet are tax credit financing. That's typically, I think, how these things get financed. But Ed's point about increased density is probably essential.
Yeah.
So it would require a zoning change.
It seems best, to me at least, it seems best fit for a commercial zone. I don't know why. It seems like this is more of a commercial staff coming in and out constantly. Is not, but I don't know.
But it depends on the level of service. It goes from anywhere from nothing at all to intensive.
The level of service really does have an impact.
You leave it up to the council to decide to approve the site plan or not, that's all.
Why don't we move on?
It's up to council at the time, and that proposes to decide if that site is adequate for that facility.
All right, so what will we have to do to have a further conversation that's actually, or does it?
Well, when would this have to be completed to be on the ballot?
Well, it's either coming out of the Charter Commission, or I just heard Chad say it could come out of the council.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah, that's a great point. We could put it on the ballot and see, if we so decided.
Well, the specific question about a specific use would not come out of the commission.
No,
that would have to come out of here.
Fine.
Yes, that's right.
That's how I see it too.
All right.
Now, the question, if this went to a ballot without having a project on a site and would simply be presented in the abstract, that would be tough.
Yeah. Yeah, we're not making a change to the charter. We're actually following the charter if we would do this. It's saying, hey, we would like to add this use, and we're asking the voters to tell us yes or no. That's it. But we're not changing the charter.
You'd be asking a referendum question.
A referendum
is what you would do. But there's different ways you can do it. You could adopt an ordinance just laying out, everything, or you could put out a referendum question. I think it needs to be a little better defined.
Yeah, I think so too. We're not going to make a decision tonight on this. No.
May I just add, Councilor, we need to individually maybe consult with you on this thing.
Yeah.
Well, let me just make one last comment, because you're heading a very important. That one thing I am sure, I've been here 41 years, is that this community does not need another divisive issue on the ballot. Please, just throw that out at you. People who have very strong views, one way or the other, legitimate, we simply are just beginning a process of healing. Enough said.
I hope you're right about that.
All right, next item.
Next item, lights at night vehicle regulations, Councilmember London.
Basically, you've all been around Key Biscayne, and you've seen where people block swells.
No, Ed, this is lights at night. You have lights at night. Vehicle regulations.
All right, lights at night. This is the vehicles that basically, what can we do to have scooters, bicycles, all vehicles that move people have lights at night? So then if they don't have lights, we can stop them or basically fine them, ticket them, whatever. What do we have to do that? Because you see these scooters, you see these people driving around, a lot of them golf carts, driving around without lights.
Well, golfer guards can't, but I have a distinction. I wouldn't say bicycle. Sorry, I don't have a light on my bicycle. If I want to ride at night, that's my idiotic decision.
For violation, sir.
Am I?
Yes.
You have to have a light.
Yes.
And keep your dog off the beach.
I'm talking theoretically, of course. Yeah. Speaking theoretically, of course.
Of course, he meant Mike in theory, not me.
So to answer Councilmember London's question, it is required to have a bicycle light at night. It can be enforced via state statute or ordinance. I'd have to look at the regulations for it. The scooters are a little bit more of a difficult issue. They are treated as bicycles, though, but we all know that the new scooters don't have them. Yeah. From what I've seen, I know that we have our. I don't know if you heard. Next Tuesday, we do have a workshop on scooters and bicycles, asking for community input. This is something that the manager and the village attorney and I have spoken on extensively. We hear the community's concerns. That's why we're imploring their feedback as well as the council's feedback, so we can come back with a plan that gives the police the ability to enforce these regulations that you're concerned about.
Perfect. That works.
Frank, do we have to pass something in order to, like you said, we don't have the scooter to treat it as a bicycle. So if they're treated as a bicycle, then they have to have lights? Is that the idea?
Correct. But I do got to get with the village attorney so we can have a proper enforceable method.
Great.
That's all we needed.
Can I make a suggestion too? I saw it in a different town. They put out a PSA for when daylight savings time starts ends in the fall to say change your batteries on your smoke detectors and your bike lights, and to remind people to use bike lights when you're now all of a sudden like that driving around. It seemed helpful.
Yeah, we can absolutely do that. We can do it through the police department's social media. One thing I learned at the Ask Luncheon, the best form of communication, we got an email distribution list, and we'll get with Jessica through the village so we can all work together and collaborate to get the message out.
Perfect.
Make sure that all the officers know to watch out for the mayor.
You know,
and make sure they ticket him.
It's that other Mike.
Oh, it's the other one.
The other Mike.
One who throws his poop bags on the ground.
I want to call follow him around.
That damn Mike, you know.
I had no idea.
Next item, maintenance and use of swales adjoining residential property, Councilmember London.
Thank you.
You're right.
I'm not making any comments on this one.
We all see people blocking the swells, which is public property. We also understand that people go ahead and they put grass down, they take care of the swell, they have parks on it, because they're allowed to, and then they're really upset. Then they try to block people from parking on it. So there's really, two sides of the same problem. And what are we supposed to do? Basically, we're not supposed to block the swells. On the other hand, we have no place else to park, and I think if you don't have half the car off the street, you have a problem. So my question, or bringing it up to council, what do we do about this to correct it so people don't block the swells? On the same token, we have something where the swells can be parked, and who's going to maintain them? Because the people who own them, the adjacent property owner, doesn't want to maintain them when everybody's parking on them and ruining them.
Mm-hmm. I think we decided long ago to prohibit blocking the swales.
That's right.
And we simply blinked and didn't enforce it.
Right. But we do have a problem that, like, in front of my yard, I correctly did the swale where water goes in, and you have a big rain event, somebody comes and parks, and it just
It's
digs
true.
right through, 6 inches deep, mud, everything just comes up, and you're like, oh. So now what people do, that happens to people, and they stick the little things there because they don't want anybody parking there because it just rips the whole thing apart.
Yeah, but it needs to be something that can be removed when we need to get access to the swale. It can't be a permanent, sorry, but it can't be a permanent thing. I'm seeing too many people build out to the edge of the road. They put their plants on the edge of the road, and that,
But then
Ceci
again,
made the point.
I mean, drive down Ceci Street. I
Right.
mean, it's a bunch of those little sticks with the little reflectors. Looks
They're
awful.
all over.
And they're everywhere.
I get
I
it.
mean, it's like, and nobody can park in there, and then you got sticks everywhere, right?
I know, okay, well, we gotta have a discussion as to
I'd like to take action on this, but the other thing is the resiliency planning that's ahead of us is going to speak to
That's my
a
point.
permanent
Right.
design
Yeah.
for the swales.
Correct.
There's a product. I believe it might be plastic. I'm not even sure, but they use this product in the Orange Bowl, the old Orange Bowl parking lots were all grass, and you can drive a fire truck on top of these things and wouldn't even make a mark. And what it is, it's just it's a grid of plastic like this, and they put it underneath the grass. You don't even see it. The sod is laid on top of it, and it can take the pressure of vehicles driving over it. Maybe I hate to use plastic, but maybe there's some type of system that we can put underneath the sod, so even when it's wet, people still drive on it and they're not tearing it up. So there might be some products that we can look out there, maybe some a little bit more eco-friendly, but I think that we can take a look at that.
Let's take a look.
That might be a really good idea to look at when we start doing these like bioswales.
Right.
And there was talk about maybe turning some roads one way to allow for some parking. If we do parking on one side of the street in the swale, maybe that's a way to address it.
Yeah, and go ahead, Ed.
Go ahead, Ed.
Until we do that, do we want to enforce the no blocking of swales, or we want to wait to get this done?
I kind of feel like,
What's the solution?
I feel like we should wait and have a plan and then go out and enforce.
Yeah.
Because otherwise we're just hodgepodging it. I mean, right now, I agree with everybody. It's not right. It's not good. But once we get a full plan, then let's go out and clear it out.
Yeah.
I think until we have that point, until we're certain, I don't think it makes any sense. I don't know. You tell me what you all think.
So at this point, people can block the swales up until we come up with a plan. Is that the idea?
Well, they can't. They're not supposed to. But are we going to go? I mean, Mr. Manager, what would enforcement look like at this point? Would we go? I mean, if we're going to go around and tell everybody, look, you've got shrubbery up to the gutter or the edge of the street, yank it. I mean,
We're talking about stakes in the ground. We're talking about the elephant.
No, I get, okay, all of it. All of it. Are we going to do that?
Yeah, that's a big endeavor.
I mean, my feeling is wait until we have a plan, but I want to hear from the rest of council.
Yeah.
I mean, obviously, that's a big endeavor. There's many things that are in our swales, some permanent, some
Right.
less permanent, a lot of landscaping. If we are going to take that project on, I think we're going to have
Big one. It's a big fight.
big
I mean,
pushback from our residents.
That's
Not
why I
saying
feel
it's
like-
the right or wrong thing, but we need to understand that people have invested in their swale.
I get it. Well, they need to realize that, sorry, they invested in that, but we're going to need to dig those up. We're going to, I mean,
And I think when we have a plan, I think that makes sense. I mean,
That's
the
what I'm
question is,
saying.
Do we do it now?
I would wait until we have a plan. That would be my,
And also, Mr. Mayor and Manager, we have to limit, there's only so many hours in
Right.
the day.
Agreed.
We keep piling things that they want to do.
Yeah.
We just have to.
One thing that might make this an easier deferral is I'm just sort of scanning all of the streets that I can think of. And although this condition of blockage is frequent, I can't think of a street on Key Biscayne that's become unsafe or inconvenient completely for parking or for encroachment into the roadbed.
yeah, but the annoying part is your neighbor puts those little things out
And they park on yours.
and then you're taking care of your lawn, like his point, and then they come and park on your lawn.
It just happens.
I mean,
and-
that's
I
but,
think the real concern is when your neighbor puts stuff and then invites their friends over. To
right, that's my
park.
point. Yeah.
Well, that's when
But
it happens.
I think my recommendation would be, let's wait until we have a plan. And, because again, to get buy-in, what we're doing is we're going out and saying, look, this is what we're doing. So if you're in the swale, if you've put permanent stuff in there, if you get temporary, we're pulling it out because this is what we're doing. And that way, they don't feel like we're just punitive. We're just coming along to piss them off, frankly, because it kind of looks like if we go out now, we're just doing it to do it. We have no real purpose behind it, and we've allowed it to this point. So I would put a plan in place, and you'll get some buy-in on
The
that.
vocabulary, there is a purpose. We're just
Yes.
going to wait until there's a plan.
That's right. That's fair. That's a better way of putting it.
I think it's a radical change, and that would justify
The
deferral.
question is, will the police then not give tickets for cars that are parked in the street because they can't park on the swell because it's blocked?
Well, they got to drive down the street and find where they can
That,
park.
that,
and
that
walk.
happens. There are tickets. That does
Are there
happen.
tickets?
Yeah, they should.
Regularly, people parked in the street who are not supposed, you're not supposed to park in the street.
Right. You're not supposed to park on the street, so.
I mean, this frankly is another good thing for the, informational campaign. Did you know that it's a village ordinance that you're not allowed to park in the street? That's what the swales are for?
For the record, I did
So-
not park in the street. Just want that on the record.
To address your concern, we have been addressing this. We actually just had this issue on Grape Tree Drive, where we cited several vehicles, reference a residential complaint. So we do take the complaints as they come in. Thank you for acknowledging the time. It's an issue that's a concern to all of us, and when we see it, we enforce it. Obviously, the Grape Tree Drive got escalated because the resident complained, and we were out there several times, and we ended up ticketing and enforcing.
But there are parking spaces
Yeah,
on
Grape Tree is parking.
Correct. The problem is there was a resident that had multiple vehicles, and they were parking their vehicles in the spots that were available for everybody else, and someone else complained.
And that,
Sorry, so is there a limit to the number of consecutive days or something that you are allowed to park there?
Yes, I'd have to get it. I believe you can't be there over 24 hours. I saw it. Lieutenant Kemmerer was the one that dealt with the complainant, and I saw the emails going back and forth.
Is that only Grape Tree, or is that all of our
I'd have to
street
get an answer
parking?
for you and get back to you on it.
It happened
Yeah, do
Sunday
you
on
know?
Ocean Lane Drive for Marius's event because there wasn't enough parking within the Island House. They had a permit system.
That's why all those cars
And
are there.
all the cars were stretched out up Ocean Lane Drive for 4 or
permit.
5 hours.
Yeah.
I just
Park
don't,
on the street.
I would
The
like
other,
to
the other,
put it,
sorry.
no,
go
just to
ahead.
put it in the proper perspective and priorities, that's all.
Right.
That we're limited.
We
law
will
enforcement.
respond to whatever we are summoned
I
to,
know,
sir.
but I know that there are limits to the manpower and, it's a management issue of,
Look, I think
Priority.
as far as people parking on the street, don't.
but the answer to your question is yes, they can ticket.
Yes, they can.
We can
And
take
they
it.
are ticketing.
Yes. We're on it.
My question really is though, if they can't park because the swale is blocked, they shouldn't get a ticket.
Well, but they got to move somewhere. They got to go somewhere else and park.
Yeah, but everybody's going to start doing that, and
They should freebie.
what happens?
That's right, you got to walk.
Ride your bike, just not
No,
at
but
night.
this is an issue that
Only if you have lights.
theoretically, we'll go back to that, right? If everybody on your street decides to block it, nobody has anywhere to park. The people who come on the street are getting ticketed because the people are blocking their swales, which they're not supposed to.
Right.
So who's at fault now, right? Whose issue is it? I think that we need to, like you said, come up with how the heck to address this,
All right. Well, let's get a plan together.
I brought this image. I don't know.
Yeah, I saw that. That's for the. That's for
correctly,
the.
but, we had this curb issue. There are many different types of curbs. There's a drop curb. They also call it a Miami curb. And, if we're going to go to a curb system,
Right.
I think we need to find something that allows swale parking. It allows, they can engineer the drainage correctly. Maybe this transition may help with some of this problems that we're having with parking. But this is a photograph that I took when I was in Miami Beach. They do this all around on both sides. It maintains safety. It's a little bit more of an informal look than this urban curb that was kind of strangely located on a quiet residential street. So I'm trying. I would like to work with our manager.
Go for it. Do it.
Jake, and see if we can come up with a standardization of.
Make it happen.
And if we have to go to a system throughout the entire key, we should maybe select what type we feel fits our character if it's needed. And I think that would help.
This sort of looks like the future of the key here with the undergrounded.
Yeah.
All right. All right.
And there is, to finish this subject, because it's actually important for educational purposes, caveat emptor, buyer beware, because we hear all these complaints about traffic, and we have to let people know that there is no magic solution because people are having more cars per family that are reasonable, and 2 and 2 is still 4, and so that they also limit their expectations, and that they have to take some actions, personal responsibility, to alleviate, because people, I'm sure, going to complain to the chief and everybody else about traffic coming in and out. If you come in and out of the key like I have, sometimes it takes me a while. There's nothing else we can do. When each house has 4 cars, and they're going to try to cheat a little bit on parking and then traffic, and until we kind of face that reality, we're not going to be moving in the right direction. Anyway, that's an issue beyond this, but it's sort of related a little bit. So with this, you'll take on this project?
Good. Yeah, Ed, go ahead. I see you.
Basically, carrying on to what Louis just said, I sent a note to Brett and the manager. I thought that when we did the zoning, the new zoning code, or the revised zoning code, that we elevated the base flood elevation as far as to the first floor, so that basically we could park under the house. And then when I read it, it said that basically the first floor is at VFE, which is 10 feet, so you can't park under the house, or else you'd be, we have a water problem. Was that just a mistype?
It was, Ed. Yeah, we did pass it. It was a Scrivener error, and I believe it was already fixed. But yes, we noticed that after. What'd you say, Chad?
Yeah,
it's been fixed, yeah.
I was just saying, it's been fixed, Ed.
Yeah, it was like an or and missing, and it messed everything up, and we fixed it. So
When the ordinance was being revised, we had deleted, if you remember, there was like plus 4 feet at the end of that sentence, which we deleted, and then
it didn't take away the other
of
part.
The sentence was not maximum, minimum, the words weren't changed appropriately.
Yeah, it was something really small.
All right. Next item?
That's it?
No,
Next item.
we got 2 more. We got art and work, the mural at the Golden
Hog, Councilmember Kaplan.
Forgot about that.
Your item.
I wanted to share this with you all, referencing the artwork mural thing that's on the side of the Golden Hog. It's obviously faded out. The artist who installed that had reached out to several of us, me several times. She'd like to freshen it up, but the fencing at the entry block extends to the rear of the lot, and she can't get back there. About a year or so ago, there were discussions with the owner who seemed to have an appetite to allow the fence to be removed in part so that she could get in there. It doesn't take long, she says, to finish the work. And I suppose the question is, do we desire that result? And is
Did
there...
you speak to the owner, Jorge Gonzalez, or?
I did about 2 years ago.
Okay. Because we make sure you talk to make sure that's what he would.
If he would be willing to permit that to happen, it could happen in a day, I think. But if we don't ask, it's just going to fade away.
Yeah, I think it's a great.
So if you agree, I'll ask. I'll broach it.
Councilman, are you talking about getting the access from the entry block property, or just asking the Golden Hog to do that?
No, it's the fence in the rear. It's the fence in the rear. We wouldn't need to deal with the perimeter on the front side, but there's a little dimension that she needs to have access to.
That's not George's fence.
Yeah. That's the entry box's fence.
That's the entry block.
It's the entry block.
But George has approached me, and I haven't been able to get together. I would wonder if you can call it the owner. He has some ideas.
Are you talking about George Gonzalez, the owner of the Golden Hog?
Yeah, I'd have no problem reaching out to him, but I think what the council member is mentioning is having access from the entry block.
Correct.
I think that's what's
he does
restricted.
not have control of that fence.
Not the building itself.
Yeah, that's
That
exactly.
aside, period, new paragraph.
Yeah.
He has independent, because he did not mention over the phone a particular artist. It may be worth because he's a very active.
I think that's the easy solution. I think talking to George is
Yeah,
the
he'll
easy
tell
solution. It's
you-
just getting the access, I think is.
No, it's getting the access. I do work for George, and so I
Yeah,
can tell you
find
that
out
our issues been with
what
the
he
fence.
supports, yeah.
We'll ask.
Next item?
I wanted to have, there are two boards that I think are,
Yeah, I'll reappoint them.
because they're active right
I'll-
now.
I'll reappoint the VAB.
Athletic board is doing a great job.
Moved. I
Reappoint the
You guys got to approve.
Garden Public Places Board and the Parks and Open Space Board.
Second.
No, VAB, right? VAB and the Art and Public.
No, athletic board
Right.
and,
Yeah.
and then also
Village
the art and
Athletic
public
Advisory
place.
Board and the Art and Public Places.
Yeah, I'll second that.
Well, I
Let's
just-
call it.
No, it's not.
Oh, I heard you say
I'm-
move.
I'm reappointing, but you guys got to.
So we consent, right?
Your consent,
Yeah.
correct.
All
You
right.
guys consent?
Yes.
All those in favor?
Motion to
Aye.
adjourn.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
All right.
Motion to adjourn.